Mai, whakatau mai. Tēnā koutou e noho mai nei te wainga o tātou e noho mai nei o Ngāti Whatu e Aotea o Ngāti Kapu. Tēnei te mihi wai aoha ki a koutou i te timatanga o tō tātou kaupapa ara o te Future Development Strategy. Haruru ana te whenua i te tainga mai o tēnei kaupapa ki roto o te whare tēnei, te whare runanga o tātou o he taunga kaupunui, nei rā te mihi ki a koutou. Kia kaha i o koutou mahi i tēnei wiki nei. No reira tēnei, ki tō tātou tēnei mate a tō weke atu ki te pō, e noho ana ki runga o te wako o tāmare e reti, e kupuhi ana i te hau o tātou i rangi, e hoi atu rā i pairau o ki a. E te ari ki whātu ki a rātou, te o ki o tonitanga, te ate ki a rātou, ki mārama tama tōtu ngā hapoi. No reira tēnā tātou katoa. Reira tēnei i aroha ki a koutou, i te aonga te o tēnei hui, o tēnei kaupapa, o te wiki nei, kia kaha koutou i o koutou mahi katoa. No reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Ko te amorangi ki mua, ko te hapai o ki muri te tuturutanga mahi, pono te Māori mana motu. O te waka taki timu, hei whakakuiti tanga, hei whakakitenga. E re te ruata hoku ki a, e re te manuka tomo ki a, e kore ngaro he kakano iru a maira i rangi a tea, e tōku hine ngaro ano, he wakainga e hoki ana mai, i ngā rauri muri aroha kia ora te marino kia papapona mute, moana kia te rete, arohi ko te atua, te kupu tuatahi ko te atua, te kupu whakamutunga, kia whakapainga, te ingoa o ihoa, whaia te iti, kahurangi o te waka taki tunu. No reira e hara taku toa i te toa taku tahi, ngari taku toa, e toa taki tunu. No reira, nau mai, whakatau mai kia tuwhera tia tō tātou hui, tō tātou kaupapa o te wiki nei, tēnā koutou katoa, tēnā koutou.
Kāti hei wini te hei wana ki whini au ki tau whānga ki hei mauri ora. Nō reira, tēnei ka tautuku e rawa whakaro ki te runga rawa, a me ngā kārangaranga atua kai roto ia ia, a me te tūnako mai kore a ki tāna tautuku a hapua te aha, ka inga te kaupa. Ka tukuna hoki te whakaro, te kini tu hei tia, kini o te kautahitanga po te tautu whero te tuawhitu, kui atu kua tahuri te rangi, engari kua kite hoki, ana te motu tanga tamahine i tapa ki atu te ariki nui kui ngā wai honi te pō, te tuawaru o nā reanga a nō reira whaimare kiai, whaimare ki kāperi ki whānuto. Hai te kāro hoki ki rātou katoa ko tahuri atu ngā mate hurua haere, haere o ki o ki atu a. Nō reira, nā au te tira nei i ranga, i te rangatia, hai te ki atu, hai te ki atu. Taki tēnu tēnā mihi mai. Ngā te kahumuni tēnā mihi mai. Ngā te whatu i aputi, maunga hararu, tangitu, ara tamatea pōkai whenua, ma ahuri nā mihi mai. Mihi mai ki ngā kārangaranga waka kai roto I tēnei, ki tāma ki tiriti, no hana I whanganui a tārai, no hana ki tāma ki makaura, engari mai I te tauranga moana, anei mihi atuana, I te homonunga no whatuhara keke, whangārai, mihi atuana kia koutou, me tēnei ko te waka o taimui o te aroa, mihi kau atuana. No reira, haere rātou I here mai whakanui I haure whāi whangana, ka wai ho mai tēnā kanata tēnei kaupake kaue. No reira, tēnā koe o tira huni noa, tēnā tātou katoa.
Ena mana, ena reo, ena waka o nā hau e whā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. No ina rangi me ko te rangi o ke tupuna, no te whanganui a tara ahau, ko tangata treaty, ko Gina Sweetman ahau. No reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you, Charlie, for welcoming us this morning. My name is Gina Sweetman, and along with my colleagues, Stephen Wilson, Julian Chettam, Shad Rolliston, and Michael Parsonson, we've been appointed by the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, Hastings District Council, and Napier City Council to hear submissions and make recommendations on the draft Napier-Hastings Future Development Strategy. So for those who haven't met me before, I'm an Independent Hearings Commissioner based in Te Whanganui-a-Tara, Wellington, but I work nationwide. I'm a planner by profession, over 3 decades of experience, and work primarily in the policy space. I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves. Michael?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Michael Parsonson. I'm an Independent Hearing Commissioner and Environmental and Planning Consultant from Tamaki Makaurau, but I originate from the Wairarapa, so not so far from here. I look forward to listening and understanding the issues that have been raised today, and while covering everything, I will be having a particular attention to development constraints as well. Thanks.
Tēnā tātou, Stephen Wilson o Tipene Te Sam no Te Aroa no Tainui. Spent the last 20 years facilitating a relationship between mana whenua and those that have an impact on natural resources, either culturally or environmentally, such as central local government and developers. So looking forward to our time together over the week. Kia ora.
Wa ata Māori e koutou, ko Julian Chettam tōku ingoa, no whangarei ahau, ko Patuhara ki te hapu. I also have been a hearing commissioner for approximately a decade, working mainly in Tai Tokoro and Tamaki Makaurau, and looking forward to this interesting week. Kia ora.
Morena tātou, ko Shad Rolliston tōku ingoa, he uri ahau no tauranga moana. Ka huri ake rā ki a koe rā e te rangatira, I whakatū tēnei o tō tātou nei hui. Me ki rei ngā tātou whakapapa I whakapiri nei a ngā tirangi nei ki a kahuina, no reira tēnā koe. Kia ora everybody, I'm Shad, I'm a planning commissioner as well. My background is in policy and planning, and been involved in local government and central government for probably 25 years now. And have had a little bit of involvement with the local authorities here. So looking forward to this week like everybody else. Kia ora.
Just run through a few procedural issues before we turn to the councils. So just to be clear, so while the Future Development Strategy is a document required to be produced under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, this is a hearing under the Local Government Act. So procedures for those who are involved with RMA matters are slightly different. Everyone should have received the Council Officers' report put out last Monday. To be clear, we will not necessarily adopt the conclusions or recommendations in that report. We'll hear from the Council Officers first, who have asked to give us a brief overview of their report and the procedure they've gone through to date, and we have a few questions for the officers first. After hearing from the officers, we'll hear from the submitters, and that's our primary focus over the next 2.5 days. We note that we have read through all the submissions and we have received and reviewed all of the material that's been sent to us in the last week from submitters as well. Thank you for doing so. It's all about making our jobs easier over this time. Now, we note that most submitters have been allocated a 10-minute speaking slot. So please, if you can, stick to that speaking slot. It's like saying fish passage. We are hearing from a lot of people over the next 2.5 days. Everyone has their time slot. I will need to be quite strict at making sure that we are sticking to those. Please ensure that when you are speaking to us as well, that you give us enough time for us to ask questions as well. We have also asked the council officers to provide us with a reply report after we've heard from the submitters. Preferably that's going to be within 5 working days after hearing. And Miss Morgan's nodding at me, so that's great. It will be within 5 working days after the close of hearings. That report is going to be limited to the evidence and information that has been presented by submitters and likely to be responding to some questions from the panel as well. Over the next 3 days, we'll do our best to keep things as informal as we can. However, there's always some form of formality through these proceedings. The key things really is there's no cross-examination, there's no asking other parties questions. The only people who'll be asking questions are the panel members. And please don't interrupt other people when they're speaking. I also note that these hearing proceedings are being live streamed. I appreciate that can make people a bit uncomfortable. I'm not much of a fan on seeing myself on screen either. However, it's really important that people have the opportunity to tune in and watch proceedings if they can't be in the room with us today. And it's also useful for our deliberations and recommendations of being able to go back and have a look. So please bear with us. I will hand over to Ms. Dines to do some housekeeping, or whoever's going to do housekeeping.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, really quickly, the emergency exits, there is one right behind us, which I was informed on our last evacuation that everyone in the chambers did not use. So just remember that there is one there. But there is also one, if you go out the door and head to the right, which goes out to the main entrance, and then out to the left, there's also one there. The assembly area is basically right outside this door in the car park. There is also toilets up the stairs to the left, as well as tea and coffee making facilities in the kitchen that people in the chambers are welcome to use. That's everything.
So just before we start, does anyone have any questions? No? Hand over to the council. So if the councils would like to introduce their team and just talk us through what you're going to do. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Perhaps if we just start with some introductions around the table. So my name is Rachel Morgan. I'm a planner at Barker & Associates, and I've been engaged to assist the councils to prepare the FDS, and have been doing so since I think we started in 2023. And I have been doing quite a bit of work in the Napier-Hastings area, so we're currently working with Napier City Council on their proposed district plan, and have done some various strategic planning exercises for the councils over the last 5 years. Over to you, Craig.
Craig Scott, Senior Planner here, Policy Planner at Hastings District Council. Largely been involved in project managing from the council side the future development strategy.
Morena tātou. My name's Gavin Ide. I'm a Principal Advisor in Strategic Planning with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. In that role, I've been involved in various strategic things, including the FDS and its predecessor, the Heretaunga Plains Urban Development Strategy, and many more over the last 20 or so years with the Regional Council.
Kia ora koutou, ko Mark Bluth tōku ingoa. I'm the principal advisor, district development, which is kind of flash word for planner. I've been a planner here in Hastings, Hawke's Bay for the last nearly 40 years, including the quite a lot of involvement in the last Heretaunga Plains Urban Development Strategy 2010 and the review in 2017, and this is my last song. And I'm with Te Konihira Rohi Time. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou, ko Heather Bosselman tōku ingoa, no ko te rana ahau, kei tamatea po kai whenua e mahi ana. I am a policy planner at Tamatea po kai whenua. I've been there about 9 months, and before that I worked in this team in Napier City Council. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Paulina Wilhelm. I'm the manager of Napier City Council, the city development team. I've been involved in the future development strategy since the start, and before that in the development of Napier Spatial Picture, which is the predecessor of the proposed district plan that we have now and the consultation as well. I've been with Napier City Council for 8 years, but before that in various other local authorities for the last 20 years.
Morena tātou, ko Flurlingham tōku ingoa. I'm the Principal Policy Planner at Te Konihira o Ahuriri, Napier City Council, and have been a planner for around 22 years, but with Napier City Council for the last 12. I've been involved in the draft future development strategy from the beginning as well. Thank you.
Right, and just to complete the introductions, we also have Brett Chapman here, Hastings District Council's Infrastructure Manager, if you have any specific questions on infrastructure, and Raoul Oosterkamp from Hastings District Council as well. We also have Cam Wallace from Barker & Associates available online today. He has also been heavily involved in preparing the FDS with a particular focus on the spatial scenarios and the NCA site assessment process. And we also have some other experts available if you have any specific questions around the soil science aspect. So we have Kurt Barakivi, if I'm saying that correctly, and Ashton Eves available on call, and also Lawrence McIlrath from market economics as well, if you have any specific questions for them. So with the introductions done, if I can move to the next slide. In terms of the key matters we'll be covering in this presentation, we've tried to keep it as brief as possible, but there is quite a bit to cover. So in light of that, happy to take questions on the way through if that works for you, or equally we can do that at the end. So we'll firstly just do a brief recap on the statutory context. I know you'll be familiar with that, so we'll keep that brief. A little bit of background to the draft FDS and the key aspects of it, the process that we followed and we went through. And then really we'll spend most of the time talking through the key recommendations for changes to the draft FDS, really just stepping through those key recommendations in the hearing report. Sorry, this is always a bit slow.
Point it that way.
Which way? Oh, that'll be why.
I think, maybe not.
Oh, yes, there we go. Okay, that worked. So firstly, just on the statutory context, and I know you've all seen a version of this diagram many times, but just perhaps just a couple of key points to point out in terms of the process that the NPSUD prescribes for preparing the FDS. So in terms of the evidence-based, the housing and business capacity assessment is really the key document, the key baseline document that has been prepared to inform the FDS together with the constraints mapping and the other analysis that is included in the technical report. But it is important to note that that HBA is updated every 3 years, and that's in part informed by the outcome of the quarterly and annual monitoring of residential and business land uptake. And that 3-yearly review cycle is what informs that 3-yearly review of the FDS. So while the FDS very much takes a long-term 30-year strategic view, the process that's used for setting that long-term strategic direction is iterative and changes over time in response to new information. So if we have incomplete information today or uncertainty about a particular issue today, that 3-yearly review cycle provides the opportunity to address and update that in the future. In terms of the role of national policy statements, it's important to understand that they are intended to inform the FDS, and that really reflects the high level and strategic nature of the strategic planning process that we're in. It's not until that rezoning or plan change, plan review step where those opportunities identified in the FDS are more likely to become reality, that those national policy statements need to be considered in more detail and given effect to. And that will become more relevant as we talk through some of the issues, particularly in relation to highly productive land. And in terms of what the FDS must do, so the process for that is set out in the NPSUD, and it states clearly that it must set out how Napier and Hastings will achieve a well-functioning urban environment within existing and future urban areas and provide at least sufficient capacity to meet long-term demand. So the Hawke's Bay Regional Policy Statement hasn't yet defined what a well-functioning urban environment is. So we do need to look up to the NPSUD for guidance on that. And there are really 3 broad characteristics that drive locations for growth and which are reflected in the analysis that we've done. So the first is about providing a range of choices for housing and business uses to locate that meet local needs and ensure that land markets are competitive. The second component, we'll come back to this a little bit later, is ensuring that there's good accessibility for people between housing, jobs and community services. And that relates to this idea of supporting a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And a key way that the FDS can do that is by encouraging a compact, efficient urban form that minimises as much as possible transport-related emissions. The third component is really about being resilient to the likely and current effects of climate change. The reference to existing and future urban areas is particularly important, and it really ensures that the focus of the FDS is on how it's providing for urban growth, which is really how we've approached this particular strategy. And in that respect, we've deliberately chosen to address rural growth and rural residential aspects separately through that rural residential strategy, and we'll come back to that more later. And I've just noted on the right there specifically what the FDS must spatially identify. And just a key point there to keep in mind is that we must show broad locations for development, meaning that we don't need to precisely show growth areas in terms of their boundaries. And that really provides flexibility to specifically define those boundaries through a later rezoning process. And I've also noted there we must show infrastructure corridors and constraints on development. So in terms of the process to prepare the draft, this has been, we started some time ago, early in 2023, and we have been through a rigorous process to prepare the draft. So the NPSUD requires that the FDS is informed by an assessment of the advantages and disadvantages of different spatial scenarios for growth. There's no set or prescribed way of doing that, and there are a range of approaches that are applied across New Zealand and for similar planning processes. But generally, it's a high-level strategic assessment. So our approach to this has followed 3 key stages, and we have deliberately included a more detailed assessment of particular sites and areas. And as I say, that's not strictly required, but in our view, that really supports a more robust assessment. And this more detailed assessment was really intended to assist and give more weight to that higher level evaluation of scenarios. But it is very much a course screening rather than a detailed plan change level of assessment. So in terms of the key steps, we firstly asked the community, developers and other key stakeholders where they saw the opportunities for growth, and that's what we labelled the call for opportunities. So that happened around about mid-2023. And we had about 70 responses come through to that, and a lot of those you'll actually see on the map behind you in terms of the sites and areas that came forward. So we used that information together with the baseline constraints analysis that we had done to identify these high-level, what we call thematic scenarios or options for growth. And we documented those in the Issues and Options report, which was prepared in October 2023. We then went through a round of consultation with the community. We had a number of one-on-one discussions with landowners and those who put forward sites and areas through the call for opportunities, really to better understand the issues. And then we used that information to undertake a more detailed assessment of those sites and areas using that multi-criteria analysis framework. And that was that large spreadsheet, colourful spreadsheet that you would have seen attached to the technical report. We then refined the spatial scenarios based on that input and landed on a preferred scenario. And it's important to note that throughout this process we had ongoing discussions and engagement with iwi groups, who are also, of course, partners in preparing the draft FDS, as well as the Council's joint committee and infrastructure providers and key stakeholders. And with input from those groups, there are a number of refinements that were made over time. Here we go. So in terms of the draft FDS summary, so I'll click through these, and again, happy to take questions if you have any as we go through. I don't propose to read through all of these objectives, and I won't, but it's really just to note that these were developed jointly. These were developed with a joint committee, and they were informed by a range of documents, so national policy statements, direct input from the joint committee, direction from the Herotona Plains Urban Development Strategy, or HPUDs, as well as RPS and district plans. And then what we did was, in order to give weight to these objectives and ensure that they were considered throughout the process, they were used to inform the criteria for that multi-criteria analysis framework, as well as informing the key themes for that evaluation of the spatial scenarios. So just briefly on development constraints. So the thematic mapping for the development constraints is included in Appendix 1 to the technical report. And there are a range of development constraints that we've taken into account, but we've just shown the key ones up here, which are particularly influential on future growth locations, and those relate to natural hazards and highly productive land. And this was really a key focus of the feedback as well, so that's something to bear in mind. Just a couple of points there, as will be evidenced in the maps. Napier in particular is significantly constrained by natural hazards given its low-lying landfall. and in addition to flooding, coastal areas are impacted by a range of coastal hazards, potential erosion and inundation. There is high liquefaction risk across the city, and tsunami. The risk from inundation from tsunami is also a consideration, although it is a low probability, low frequency event. There is a high groundwater table on those low-lying sites as well, and the issue of land subsidence, and that is a key challenge for engineered solutions on low-lying sites, and that comes through some of the feedback, particularly around sites such as Riverbend. And it is also important to note that we don't have full, complete, perfect set of information on natural hazards either. It's very, very much an iterative process, and large parts of the study area do not currently have flood modelling data available, and we've been really clear to identify where that occurs. So you'll see that in the hatch on that map there. So the evaluation of the growth options has very much been based on best available information, as well as knowledge from the team on historical observed events and that sort of thing. The other aspect, as you'll see on the right, is highly productive land. So there's extensive areas of mainly LUC 1 and 2, well, 1 to 3, particularly around Hastings, Havelock North and Flaxmere, as well as the southern parts of Napier, although those southern parts of Napier are generally LUC 3. And this really does limit the ability to expand at the urban edge without the loss of highly productive land. There is very strong community support for protecting the versatile soils of the Heretaunga Plains, and that has been very strong for a number of years, and that is reflected in the Heretaunga Plains Urban Development Strategy, objectives and other documents which have been in place for a very long time. And then on top of that, we have the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, which from a planning perspective introduces a more stringent set of criteria for urban rezoning on LUC 1 to 3. But it is important to note that the NZLRI mapping that the LUC 1 to 3 classifications up there are based on is very coarse, and it is reasonably old. And perhaps Gavin can talk to this in more detail if there are questions, but the Regional Council is undertaking the soil mapping required by the MPS HPL, but it isn't publicly available yet. So the MCA process that we went through was a balanced one, I would say, where we catered for this reasonably coarse scale of information by also taking into account advice from experts on the productive capacity of particular sites and areas. Right. So briefly on residential demand, and these tables can always be a little bit confusing, so I will just take you through it. So on the screen you'll see a summary of the residential demand numbers that we use for the draft FDS, and this is based on updated advice that we received from market economics. So it's an evolution, if you like, of the demand numbers from the 2021 housing capacity assessment. And this shows that total long-term urban housing demand for Napier and Hastings combined is around about 16,000 dwellings. And to assist in developing the spatial scenarios, market economics then went through an exercise of helping us to understand, of that total number, how would that split across intensification or redevelopment within the existing urban area versus development in greenfield locations. And this really enabled us to quantify the land requirements for greenfield and ensure that the FDS doesn't overstate the ability of intensification to cater for future growth based on likely housing preferences and development trends. And there's more information on that in section 3.4 of the Market Economics memo at Appendix 5 of the technical report. So what this analysis showed is really a ramping up, if I can use that word, of intensification from about 40% in the short term up to 60% in the long term, and vice versa for greenfield. But it is relevant to note that the purpose of this was really to inform land requirements only. In terms of what is actually delivered, greater levels of intensification can be achieved if the market is willing to deliver it. And in terms of planning, district planning and infrastructure delivery, the councils are very much focused on enabling that outcome as much as possible. So in that sense, these numbers aren't a target for intensification, and intensification can certainly be greater than that. And in many ways, that is a very positive outcome because it would reduce the pressure to release additional greenfield land for development. In terms of long-term business demand, we've got a summary up here, and this shows a need for about 34 hectares of retail and commercial land over the long term. And the draft FDS seeks to accommodate that through a mix of intensification within existing centres, business areas within the urban area, as well as new supporting commercial areas within greenfield locations. We haven't specifically identified those greenfield locations through the FDS on the basis that that would be more appropriately done through a structure planning or a rezoning exercise. For industrial, about 70% of future demand will be for dry industry, logistics, warehousing, that sort of thing, and about 30% for wet industry, which is more your heavier manufacturing activities. And in response to feedback that we received on this, we have included a detailed discussion of these matters from section 732 of the hearing report, and that's supported by further commentary by Market Economics as well. Just a note on wet industry, and I will come back to this a little bit later on, but wet industry demand is based on the Australia and New Zealand standard industry classifications. So that includes a range of manufacturing activities, but it's important to keep in mind that not all of these activities that are within these categories will require access to the trade waste network. And so those smaller scale manufacturing activities, or those that can safely and cleanly discharge to land or water with the right pre-treatment and other things in place, can occur in a range of locations. And that's particularly relevant to our recommendations that we'll talk to later on. And this is just a brief recap of the draft FDS strategy itself. So the key things that we've tried to do is provide, from a housing perspective at least, provide for a range of housing choices in different locations and in efficient locations that can connect in with existing infrastructure networks. We've sought to minimise new greenfield growth within the low-lying parts of Napier, largely with the exception of those existing HPUDS areas, Riverbend, the Loop and South Pitamai, which are these three areas here. And that really reflects that they have, well, particularly in the case of Riverbend, there has been active planning for that site over a number of years, which the landowner and the councils are currently working through. New greenfield residential locations within Hastings are also provided and have in a range of locations to meet different parts of the market within Havelock North, Flaxmere and Hastings itself. New industrial in the draft strategy is focused in and around Irongate. About 100 hectares of additional land is provided there, and of course there are opportunities for potentially about 300 hectares of industrial at Ahuriri station as well. and I'll come back to rural residential a little bit later. In terms of transport infrastructure, a range of upgrades will be needed to support future growth. And one of the key projects that's currently underway is the four-laning of the Hawke's Bay Expressway. That's a road of national significance. So the enabling works for stage one are currently underway between Taradale and Pakawhai. And that is really about providing greater capacity and more efficient movement for freight between Napier and Hastings. And that will very much support those new industrial and existing industrial locations in Hastings and their connection to the port and the airport in particular. Public transport improvements are also a key focus, with the FDS network reflecting those planned bus improvements and increased frequencies on key routes which are connecting key growth areas. And it really builds on the work that has recently occurred through the Regional Land Transport Plan and Regional Public Transport Plan. Three Waters infrastructure, I'm not going to talk about this in detail, but Brett Chapman is here if you have any specific questions. Really the key point is that a range of upgrades are needed to support growth, and there is active planning underway to unlock growth within the existing urban area, both within Napier and Hastings, and a range of further upgrades will be needed to support those greenfield growth locations as well. And we can talk a little bit more about some of those in relation to specific sites as well. Right, prioritisation. So there was a deliberate decision made by the Joint Committee and the project team to show prioritisation of growth areas in the draft FDS. It's not required by the NPSUD, but its purpose is really to support the council and infrastructure providers with their investment planning and give a sense of direction for the community about what the council's priorities are. But it's certainly not intended to be set in stone, and the draft FDS is clear that the councils will need to be responsive, as required by Policy 8, to proposals that bring forward or change the sequencing of development, which is shown here. But through this prioritisation, the draft is really showing the council's focus is on supporting intensification and the infrastructure investment that's required to unlock that. But for greenfield areas, we've shown there that in the short term, which are those green areas that you can see, the council will continue to support unlocking those areas for development, and so that relates to areas that are already committed or underway. So Mission Hills and Wairatahi are some examples there. In the medium term, HPUD's areas that already have some planning underway are shown. So that relates to Kaipo Road and Lyndhurst Extension in Hastings. And then the remaining opportunities are shown in the longer term. However, as I've noted, there is the opportunity to change that depending on developer preferences and the timing of particular rezoning proposals and infrastructure funding and that sort of thing. And then finally, we can come back to that. These are just the residential capacity sufficiency tables that were included in the FDS. And we will come back to this in the recommendations, but you'll see there that for Hastings, the draft FDS did signal a shortfall in greenfield capacity of about 715 dwellings, and we recommend rectifying that shortfall through various amendments to the draft, which we'll talk through in a moment. So key issues, you'll be very familiar with these. They really traverse the strategic, bigger picture issues as well as the site-specific. There were a number of queries raised about the demand forecasts used to inform the draft, as well as concerns around those intensification and greenfield splits that I talked about being either too high or too low. And there was a general sense, I think, it's fair to say from the development community, that there was a need for the draft to provide a much greater range of opportunities for development to occur, and greater development capacity to provide that choice and market competition. There were also issues around, as I mentioned, concerns about enabling growth on highly productive land and areas subject to natural hazards. And I might just leave it at that, and we'll come back to these issues when we talk through the recommendations. I think it's fair to say a large proportion of the feedback was site-specific, and that map up there is the one that you can see behind you, and a number of these sites or areas that submitters seek to include in the FDS were brought forward, were identified through that call for opportunities process. But there were some new sites that were included, and I've listed those there, and we've assessed those in the hearing report. And just to note, there were several small sites that were identified in the submission. So the Evendon Road, there was a site, 63 Main Road, Clive, and 147 Napier Road. That's what we've called the Sun Properties site. They all certainly have their merits, and we can talk about that more later. But the FDS is very much focused on those larger, more strategic growth opportunities, and that reflects that this is really a sub-regional growth strategy. So while there may certainly be merit in the proposals that are included in those submissions, in our view, they're best addressed through a plan change or plan review process, and the regional policy statement and the district plans do provide a pathway for that to occur. Right. So working through some of the key recommendations. So in terms of housing demand and capacity, so this is addressed at section 4 of the hearing report. We recommend retaining the medium-high Statistics New Zealand growth projections that we've used to underpin the draft FDS. In our opinion, that represents the most likely, those are the most likely projections for Napier-Hastings, and that's based on advice from market economics, but we'll certainly hear what submitters have to say on that over the next few days. We do recommend providing greater flexibility or additional development capacity for greenfield, particularly in Hastings, and that's really to cater for three key things which we've set out in the hearing report. The first is really about the need to recognise that there is uncertainty about the timing of development for some greenfield areas, and that uncertainty arises from a couple of things. The first is landowner preferences, so the council can't control when owners of particular greenfield areas decide to develop their land, so we do need to cater for that. And we do know that several of the sites that are identified are subject to some reasonably complex natural hazard constraints, and based on previous experience, that does take time to work through, both in terms of determining if there's a technically feasible solution and understanding how that may or may not affect the feasibility of development in general. The next factor that we think needs to be accounted for is latent demand for housing. So we've discussed that in section 432 of the hearing report, and latent demand refers to the number of current households that are seeking a house but can't find one that currently meets their needs. And this does typically occur at the lower end of the market. So you might have a household that simply can't afford a new house or can find a house in their price bracket in the local market, and that has not been factored into the demand projections, although there's some discussion of that in the housing capacity assessment. It is, we understand, based on advice from market economics, really difficult to put a pinpoint accurate number on that. But what we're recommending is just taking that into account and providing some additional flex in those capacity numbers to cater for that. The third factor there is really to ensure that there's sufficient greenfield capacity in Hastings to meet Hastings demand. So as I showed before, that FDS shows a shortfall of about 715 dwellings in Hastings, but there is some oversupply in Napier of about 1,300 in the long term. But advice from market economics is that while there is some interchangeability between Napier and Hastings, the housing and business markets are largely separate. So hence our recommendation to address that. And finally, we recommend retaining those intensification and greenfield splits that we have applied in the draft FDS. How are we going for time? Not that great. I'll speed up. Development constraints. In terms of highly productive land, it's important to be clear, firstly, about what areas in the FDS qualify as highly productive land. Yes, we've got... qualify as highly productive land. So we've set that out in table 3 of the hearing report, and we can do some further work to quantify that in terms of land area if that would assist. But those HPUD's reserve areas are considered to be highly productive land, but any areas, for the purpose of the National Policy Statement, but any areas identified in HPUDs as development areas are not highly productive land as per the definition, as we've approached it. But as I mentioned before, we've really sought to achieve that balanced assessment between the MPS HPL and what that requires, as well as the direction of the MPS UD, which is really driving us towards directing growth to areas with good accessibility, which typically is at the urban edge locations. In terms of natural hazards, just a quick point there, the FDS, we've generally sought to avoid new development in hazard-prone areas, but there are some areas that have a range of considerations in play. So Ahuriri Station is an example of that, and it is identified as redress land, and it's acknowledged that there's a need to assist Mana Ahuriri Trust to realise their aspirations for development there. And as I mentioned before, Riverbend, the Loop and South Piramai as existing areas, there is planning underway and technical work underway to enable development in those locations. I'll just keep moving through. Did you want to briefly talk to this slide, Heather?
Thanks, Mark. Firstly, there's a movement towards a more holistic approach to papakainga in particular, moving away from marae-based papakainga towards the enabling mana whenua to live in papakainga style, and where that's not available on marae, to allow that in other circumstances, and in particular in urban and new developments. So there's a recommendation within there to recognise that aspiration, which I think may also begin to be realised in the national direction that's coming out around papakainga as well. And then with regard to redress land, that's something new that's being taken into account, at least within Hawke's Bay. Manga Hararu Tangitu Trust included a helpful case from the Environment Court in their submission, which sets out a sort of definition and explanation around redress land, which we've used to put forward a recommendation around how that might be defined, which would be helpful for councils going forward when discussing Regis land. And finally, I think the biggest area going forward is in implementation and how councils work with mana whenua to realise their development aspirations. And there's several recommendations around that, including starting to take a more holistic approach to how those sort of planning decisions are made more generally.
Right, I'll race through these last few slides. Just quickly on wet industry. The strategic value of Hastings Trade Waste Network was addressed in the multi-criteria analysis and the site summaries and in various parts of the technical report. But in response to feedback, we do acknowledge that this could have been more clearly articulated in the discussion and the capacity analysis. And in response to that, we've undertaken more detailed demand and capacity analysis for wet industry in the hearing report. And just to briefly summarise that, that capacity analysis has really narrowed, conservatively I would say, the potential locations for wet industry to Oamahu South, Tomoana and Whakatū, where sites can be separated to the Hastings Separated Trade Waste Network. There is some vacant capacity at Awatoto and Thames Street in Napier, but there are some wastewater network limitations there currently. So we have conservatively excluded those areas from this vacant capacity assessment, although those current constraints could be rectified. And based on that, that analysis shows that there is potentially a long-term shortfall of about 20 hectares of land for wet industry, meaning that there is a need to identify additional land for that purpose through the FDS, and that can be done in a number of ways. But what we would note, and what we've got quite a detailed discussion on in the report, is that water supply and access to water for wet industry is a key constraint at the moment, and it will continue to be so for the short term and potentially possibly the medium term. And Gavin can provide some more information on that if you have any questions. And until that happens, based on the current regional planning provisions and what they call the tank plan change, which is working its way through, no new water takes are allowed within the Hiratonga catchments. And while it is possible to transfer existing water right consents, this does require discretionary activity consent, and there is some quite directive policies in the tank plan change which may make that quite a challenging proposition currently. So in terms of the recommendations, in light of where we've got to, we recommend amending the FDS to explain that expansion of Tomoana or Whakatū may be required in the long term to meet demand for wet industry. Equally, these areas could potentially be shown spatially with supporting text that very clearly explains the context and limitations for wet industry, particularly in those locations. They both are LUC1, and the productive value of those sites isn't, as far as I can see, in dispute. But because of that, it's very essential in our view that any future expansion for wet industry is genuinely for that use and has a functional need to access the trade waste network. And that relates to that discussion earlier on about those wet industry uses. Not all of those necessarily have a functional need to access that separated trade waste network. And in a similar vein, we recommend including an action in the draft FDS for Council to investigate policy options that would better protect remaining vacant capacity for wet industry in those locations, particularly in Whakatū, and potentially in Oamahu Road South, depending on the extent of capacity in the trade waste network there, which is a little bit uncertain at this stage. Rural residential, very, very quickly. Rural residential, So urban scale development in rural and coastal settlements was considered, and this was considered as scenario 3, or satellite growth, and that's included in the technical report. And this was discounted on the grounds that it would lead to a highly dispersed settlement pattern, and it's very costly to service with infrastructure, and wouldn't locate new communities close to amenities and employment as is directed by the NPSUD. However, some rural residential scale growth may be appropriate within these settlements, and we recommend addressing that through a future rural residential or other appropriately named strategy, and that will be, in our view, the appropriate place to address in detail what the future for those communities looks like, and how rural residential, or how that rural growth will be allocated across those communities. But what we have recommended is carrying through the HPUD's current strategic direction for those rural and coastal settlements as an appendix to the FTS, because there is some useful guidance in that document, and we just want to make sure that's not lost before that rural residential strategy is developed. Nearly there. Napier growth, overall, no changes proposed to the recommended growth strategy for Napier. Very much retaining the focus on redevelopment in the urban area and intensification. That's very much been a key component of Napier's growth strategy, which has been developed over several years through a number of planning processes. And we also recommend retaining the greenfield sites for Napier, including Riverbend in particular, and we can talk through that if you have any questions. And Hastings growth, like Napier, the focus is very much on retaining the focus on intensification and redevelopment in the urban area, building on recent work, particularly around the medium density housing strategy and Plan Change 5, which was Hastings District Council's NPSUD plan change. But we do recommend including a number of additional greenfield sites to cater for what is currently a shortfall in capacity. And we're recommending Middle Road, which are these sites here, and these sites here in Havelock North, Wall Road, which is an existing reserve area in HPUDs, and then an expanded Portsmouth Road site down here, and Craig and Mark will be able to talk to that if you have any questions on it. And then finally, I've just got here an update of the residential capacity sufficiency, so you can see how those recommendations change the numbers. And if we can focus perhaps just on the overall number on the left, you'll see that there's a much greater buffer there now with the inclusion of those additional Hastings sites. So in terms of greenfield capacity, we've got about 1,300 additional dwellings there, which provides a buffer to cater for those things that we talked about earlier, as well as we've got a lot of development capacity there enabled through intensification, which, as I mentioned, the more the better if the market is able and willing to deliver it. And that is all. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I thought.
Got just over 10 minutes for questions. I'm thinking we might come back to you at the end of hearing from submitters today if we run out of time for questions for you. Just a starter for me, what's the likely timing of a future rural residential strategy?
We haven't set that out in the draft FDS, but there's certainly potential, and perhaps through a reply we could provide some more detail on the potential timing for that. But one thing I would note is that there is some vacant redevelopment capacity within the existing rural residential zones in Hastings and Napier. So it's not as though there is no capacity there currently. And there are also rules in the Hastings District Plan around that do enable rural residential with farm park, lifestyle farm parks and that sort of thing. But yeah, we can certainly come back to you on that, unless Mark, you wanted to add something? Or Craig?
So what I would say is the council, through its Rural Community Board, has considered whether to have a rural communities and resources strategy. So a much broader sort of strategic look at our rural areas. With the benefit actually of some pro bono work from a policy development company in Wellington, which is recommended going through that work, and the council is generally supportive of that approach. But it didn't want to do that right now or next year in the long-term plan, simply that because our communities, particularly our rural communities, already have enough on their plate, and so it wouldn't have been a good time to go out and engage with them. Part of that process would have been looking at whether a rural residential component was vital to that. Probably is, but at the moment we're just leaving it open as to whether a rural residential RMA focused and development focused should sit separately from that wider issue. So it's an evolving process, but there's good willingness from the council to do something on this, and so we're looking for some guidance actually through this process as to how urgent that is or isn't. Personally, my advice to the council is that this would be something that they need to do before the next review of the FDS, probably as part of the next housing and business capacity assessment, or if not as part of it, then adjunct to it.
Just following on from that, what's the likely timing of the next RPS review? Probably you, Mr. Ide.
The Regional Council has already commenced a review of its regional policy statement, but it has been disrupted, to be honest, it has been disrupted by the government's Parliament passing legislation late last year that put some brakes on new freshwater planning instruments. So we have adjusted our work program to work on or prioritise some other things besides freshwater in the interim, and that priority pretty much wraps around urban development and particularly natural hazards and climate change kind of stuff. In terms of a release around that regional policy statement, we are working towards releasing a draft for informal feedback around about August of this year, but we cannot notify any new freshwater planning instrument related stuff until at least the 1st of January. So it's likely that any regional policy statement in a more fulsome package won't be notified until 2026 at the earliest.
Thank you. I'll just pass over to see if my colleagues have any questions at this point.
Kia ora. Following on the same line of questioning about, I did hear the comment about some additional assessment work around soils, and I think that the Regional Council were doing. And so it's probably along the similar lines, but what other additional assessments and work are being done? So whether that's for the review of the RPS, or that might help inform the next iteration to the future development strategy. What other pieces of work have been thought about or been undertaken?
Yeah, probably three things come immediately to mind. So one is the NPS for highly productive land instructs all regional councils to prepare some maps of highly productive land in their respective regions by October this year. The government's also signalled some changes coming around what it thinks is highly productive land. So we're a little bit, do we go, do we don't, do we wait at the moment? So we have commenced some work around potential mapping of highly productive land in Hawke's Bay, but that's just preliminary kind of work. If we carry on with the work, there'll be some better, newer maps in the next 3 to 6 years. Second thing that comes to mind is the Regional Council has commenced a massive amount of work which involves modelling of riverine flood hazard areas. So that will be a new piece of intel for many of our river valleys, particularly in the Heretaunga Plains. But that's a work in progress right now, and probably preliminary modelling, finalising that through the remainder of this calendar year at least. The other big three things would be around the water security topical water security, water availability in Heretaunga and the wider region as well is a big challenge. So there are some, as documented in our hearing report, there are some projects underway at the moment around potential water augmentation, storage opportunities, but early days on both of those fronts yet.
Firstly, thanks for the structure and detail in your report. It's very, very helpful. So that's great, thanks. I suppose I've sort of got some sort of general integrated questions around management, particularly around natural hazard. But before I do that, is it possible for someone to provide some feedback on the significance of the higher, the class 6-7 land in the plains to regional economy? I know in some submissions reference to not wanting to lose valuable viticulture land, for example, which is not necessarily class 1, 2 or 3.
I can kick it off and Mark might be able to add to it. But so the LUC class 7, which I guess is what we're talking about in terms of the Roy's Hill land, also known as the Gimlet Gravels, is a significant wine growing area for Hawke's Bay. So in the last district plan review, there was a submission which got accepted around a Roy's Hill wine growing overlay, which protected that area for the uses of for wine growing purposes. So I guess the key aspect to that is, whilst that land isn't versatile, I think I said that in the report, it is productive towards wine growing purposes. So yeah, there's limited opportunity for other things, but produces international valuable grapes and wines. So and I guess in terms of FM9, that does go onto the edge of that Roy's Hill wine growing overlay. So that is in part of the Gimlet Gravels, but it is right on the edge. So yeah, I guess without being a soils expert, I can't add too much more to that, but that's around it.
Just to reiterate that the value of the Gimlet Gravels in particular and that class 7 land has been recognised for a long time now. In fact, it probably reached prominence in an official sense with a case that you might be familiar with, Fraser Shingle versus Hastings District Council. I think that was possibly the last of the Town and Country Planning Act appeals back in the 90s, early 90s. And Judge Shepton in that case ruled and very much in favour of the need to protect that resource for that type of activity.
So I suppose my question is that the significance of that resource for that use has been taken into account through your recommendations, and sort of it hasn't just been cast aside because it's not LUC 1, 2, 3, right?
Yes.
We'll come back to questions at the end of hearing from submitters today. So thank you to the staff for your time this morning. We'll move to hearing from submitters now, and our first submitter today is Andrew Diarth. If you'd like to come forward, just sitting right in front of us. We have you down for 10 minutes. Yeah. Thank you. So, Mr. Darth, we have received your PowerPoint presentation and your speaking notes as well.
Sorry, thank you. Cheers. First, I want to provide a bit of context to who we are. We are fourth generation fruit growers. We've been farming the same land in south of Hastings there since 1913, and the block that's been included in the site H4 for future development, we've been farming since 1942. So yeah, obviously well ingrained in the fruit growing industry. We're passionate fruit growers and kaitiaki of the land, and needless to say, we've been part of the South Hastings community for generations. Just moving on to our submission. First, I just want to acknowledge a correction further down where I've referenced reducing our overall growing operations to 13.5 hectares. That should be 7.5 hectares, which is our block over, which is included in H4. Why are we supporting this site inclusion for the FDS? We understand the importance of providing our community with access. Sorry, next slide. Sorry, I'll start again. We understand the importance of providing a community with access to quality housing in locations that support more affordable options. While we fully acknowledge the importance of preserving the fertile soils of the Heretaunga Plains, we also support the responsible rezoning of selected pockets of land on and among the urban fringe. Why? Because of reverse sensitivity. As the community becomes increasingly aware of its surrounding environment, and as attitudes evolve over time, it will become more challenging to operate efficiently on the urban fringe. To address this, we see the Southland Drain acting as a natural boundary, helping to reduce potential conflicts between future subdivisions and ongoing agricultural activities for many years to come. Reducing our overall growing operations by 7.5 hectares to make space for future development will not negatively affect our overall production. This proposal is driven by a genuine desire to support local growth, providing much needed housing for both current and future generations. While fruit growing is a rewarding endeavour, it does come with its challenges, particularly with the ongoing investment required to maintain operations. Developing a portion of the land not only allows us to contribute positively to the community, but it also provides an opportunity to strengthen the long-term sustainability of our fruit growing operations, ensuring that we can continue to thrive for generations to come. We believe in sensible development. The property shown in the photo we see here is located in an area already surrounded by urban development, making it ideal for housing or retirement housing. The Southland Drain serves as a natural boundary, providing a clear cut-off point for further development. A greenbelt along the drain will minimise resource sensitivity and also enhance biodiversity. The property spans 7.5 hectares and is a good size. It is conveniently located near 6 schools and 1 kindergarten. It's within walking distance of Hastings CBD with easy access to public transport, cycleways and State Highway 2 with the main arterial route. As shown in the photo, the site is adjacent to existing infrastructure with surrounding homes already connected to these essential services. Lot potential. We've created this conceptual sketch for the site to showcase its potential. Based on our understanding, the land could accommodate approximately 80 to 96 lots, ranging from a rough size for 480 to 750. This concept, while just a concept, I like to stress, demonstrates the flexibility of the site, highlights its capacity to meet growing demand for future housing in the area while offering a small community feel. So just running through some of the supplementary slides while I've got a bit of time. As you can see there in that photo there, obviously highlights the schools in close proximity the land where we are to all the services of Hastings. This is just a photo of the southern drain. As you can see on the left-hand side is site H4. On the right-hand side is our block south of the drain. As you can see there, quite a wide area, and that's why we mean that the southern drain does produce a very good boundary, plus a green belt would produce a very good boundary to negate future reserve sensitivities. And again, this is another, just another photo showing the same thing. And lastly, here we go. Just shows you how close we are to the urban boundary. So the photo on the left there is obviously the housing running down Murdoch Road that you would have seen in the aerial photo before. Basically, it's just a shelter belt that's approximately 12 metres high, 12 metres, probably about 4 metres high, and a couple of metres wide. That's all there is that splits us. And photo just down on the bottom there, I included that because you can see just on the left-hand side there, the shelter belt sort of is higher, and that's because we've already been asked by our neighbours to trim down the height, so obviously to maximise sun, which we completely agree with, but obviously the lower the shelter belt goes, the harder it is to contain agricultural, horticultural activities in that area. And also, just to show how close we are to Hastings Boys High, those tall trees in the back there is their playing field, so it's we're pretty much right on the boundary as such. That's it from me. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We've got a few minutes for questions, so I'll just see if any of the panel members have any.
I must thank you for your presentation. You're first up, so we're not picking on you, but many others have made the comment. You made a comment about boundary issues.
Yeah.
Many other submitters have made similar comments in how they're affected by the encroaching urban boundary. What's exercising my mind is that if your site gets developed, doesn't that just shift the boundary issue to somebody else's property? I'm just curious if you had any thoughts about that.
Because we're on the south side of Southern Drain, so our whole block there is 18 Tollymarsh Road, which goes all the way over to the back of Murdoch Road. So H4 is our block on the northern side as such of the Southern Drain. So it does move the boundary, but what we're saying is the Southern Drain is very wide, plus if we, in the development, if it was ever to happen, if there's such like a 6 metre shelter belt, it creates a very wide area. And when I say shelter belt, I mean intensive sort of native plantings that creates a true barrier there to stop that. Otherwise, yes, I mean, at the moment we can't do that because the drain is where it is. So it's just an opportunity for reset to allow us to, I mean, what could happen is it becomes so hard to grow, fruit effectively there that what does it become? Maybe grazing land, and so you've got fertile soil that's not being used to its potential. So, which is why we support this, because it's really a win-win for everyone in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duff, for coming and talking to us. Next we have Mr. Boyd. Hello, Mr. Boyd.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you okay. Thank you, Mr. Boyd. We have you allocated for 10 minutes to talk to us this morning. So over to you.
Kia ora and good morning, panel members. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Kia ora and good morning, panel members, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to Somerset's submission on the draft Napier-Hastings Future Development Strategy 2024 to 54. For brevity, I'll call it the draft strategy from here. By way of introduction, I'm Oliver Boyd. I'm the General Manager of Acquisitions and Development for Somerset across New Zealand. In my role, I have operational oversight for all of our new villages from before we acquire the land through the construction staff. I appreciate you've got a lot of submitters to hear from today, and I understand you were taking our submission as pre-read, so I'll keep my presentation brief. I'd like to introduce Somerset and explain what it is we do. Somerset is New Zealand's largest developer and operator of retirement villages, making us one of the country's biggest home builders. In March 2023, we were ranked second largest residential builder by value behind Fletcher's. In 2024, we delivered 708 new homes, and we're expecting a similar number this year. Somerset has built and operated quality, comprehensive care retirement villages, which differ from lifestyle villages in a crucial way. Comprehensive care villages provide a full continuum of care on site, while lifestyle villages offer little or no care services. This distinction is critical when considering future development strategies. Because of this care component, comprehensive care villages attract an older demographic. Somerset has a minimum age of entry of 70 years, and our average age on entry is 79, rising to mid-80s once the village matures. In contrast, lifestyle villages typically cater for a younger cohort, a more active cohort of 55 plus. To sustainably provide care, comprehensive care villages require a critical mass of units, meaning larger sites. Since COVID-19, New Zealand has seen a sharp rise in the aged care bed closures and a slowdown in new aged care developments due to government underfunding. The country faces an aged care crisis. Without new comprehensive care villages, the pressure on public hospitals will only increase, affecting us all. Somerset is increasingly seeking larger greenfield sites, typically 9 to 10 hectares in regional areas. Our newer sites like Te Awa and our new site at Mission Hills reflect this modern scale, whereas the other 3 Hawke Bay villages would now be considered undersized. With New Zealand's 70-plus population set to rise significantly, demand for retirement villages and aged care will only grow. Your own studies show that, and Napier and Hastings are certainly not immune from that. However, acquiring suitable land has become harder due to limited zoning and service land, as well as restrictive national policy statements. While we recognise the importance of protecting Hawke's Bay's fertile soils for food security, economic prosperity and export income, this must be balanced with providing for the current and future needs of the local population. Turning to the development strategy, the future strategy, Somerset supports the direction of the draft strategy to increase housing across Napier and Hastings districts. Somerset's concerned that there's too much reliance being placed on intensification and infill housing to achieve this. Somerset considers that more detailed consideration should be given to the identification of additional priority areas to provide for the necessary range of housing typologies, and specifically retirement housing. Significant benefits can be provided from greenfield development, and an over-reliance in intensification and infill housing to meet that demand doesn't take into account those different types of housing typologies. Somerset is disappointed that the Technical Advisory Group recognises the need for additional land for retirement village purposes, yet considers that the protection of productive soils outweighs the need for a discrete and defined area next to our Hastings village. You'll hear from the landowner's representative later about how the land practically isn't as productive as its land use categorisation suggests. Somerset requests that the hearing panel reconsiders that recommendation with a common sense lens and gives greater weight to the current needs of the local elderly population. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyd. I'll just see if we have any questions for you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Boyd. I take the point you just made that later we'll hear more about what potential constraints there are on the productive value of the land. But do you accept that there is that balance between providing for the current and future needs of our older population versus the current and future needs of the entire population in terms of the value of that productivity of land?
Absolutely acknowledge that, and it's a balancing exercise you guys have to walk in, and I don't envy you, but yep, no, I certainly acknowledge that balance.
And your submission takes account of that in terms of the context of that particular site. Is that the point you're making?
Yes, yep. I think reading the technical group's recommendation, it seems that productive value is really the only reason not to include it. And from my understanding, that land isn't particularly productive or isn't up to its potential. And we're saying we have an immediate need for aged care, and that is only going to get worse, in the next 10 to 30 years.
Yep, thank you.
No further questions for you, Mr. Boyd. Thank you very much for the time coming and talking to us this morning. Much appreciated. The next submitter we have up to speak is Rick Barker on behalf of Peter Bevan. So, Mr. Barker, yes, we have you down for a 10-minute slot. We have read through the submission that's been provided.
Kia ora koutou, ko Rick Barker tōku ingoa. I'm here on behalf of Peter Bevan to talk about his submission. And the first thing I'd like to emphasise to you is the context is very important in making a decision. And the context that Peter highlights here is that this is one of the most productive areas of soil on the planet. It's equal to anything. And from my own personal experience, I lived in Mahora for a while and had the problem of putting a corner post in the fence. And I went out to dig it with a big spade. 4 feet down, I was still in topsoil. I was shocked. I couldn't believe the soil that we had built on in this house. And I thought it was, personally, a crime. This was millions of years of nature's work to build these soils. Millions and millions of years. In 100 years, we'd cover them in concrete and tar seal and houses. This is soil which will never come back. It's irreplaceable. We don't have the time, millions of years to wait. We don't have the place. We don't have the space. Once it's gone forever. Not just for this generation, but for many generations to come. So we are in charge of this irreplaceable resource. Peter points out in his submissions that 4,000 hectares of this soil has gone under houses since the 1950s. 55 hectares a year has disappeared. And it kind of creeps up on you like old age, doesn't it? It's there, and sometime later, you suddenly realise when you look in the mirror, a schoolboy is not there anymore. And this is what's happened. Piece by piece, bit by bit, we've spread out all over it. And it's not just here in Hawke's Bay, it's over New Zealand. When I went to Auckland the first time in Otahuhu, there were market gardens, gone. Pukekohe, gone. Around Christchurch, market gardens, gone. Gone forever. How are we going to continue to be able to feed ourselves and feed other people if we place houses over our most productive land? But it's not just here, it's around the world. It's a global problem. The globe is facing a degradation of its soils, and some reports say that we've lost 33% of our productive soils and disappearing fast, with erosion, increasing soil erosion, houses and so on. So this is a global problem. It also means that we're going to have a shortfall of food eventually. The global population is increasing like New Zealand's, but the base in which we grow our food is shrinking. I was stunned to read that we import 8,000 tonnes of fresh vegetables. I thought New Zealand would be self-sufficient in fresh vegetables, but we're not. And the amount we're importing every year is increasing. Millions and millions of dollars being spent on importing fresh vegetables. This is an issue that we have to grapple with, not just from the immediacy of where we are today. And this is one of my criticisms of this report that you've got before you. It is a very narrow look at what we're doing here. It has no look into the future of where we're going to be in 50 years, 100 years, or 200 years' time. Are we going to be just looking at it tomorrow or next week? Or should we, and you as the panel, step in the future and look backwards? Because every issue that comes before you is about the margins. Oh, it's just a piece here, a little piece there, a little piece somewhere else. And yeah, we've got all these problems that the soils are close to the farms, are close to the housing, and we've got problems we can't farm it properly. Well, I say that's a management problem. Get yourselves better organised is what I would say to you. We're always going to have the margins. And I'm really disappointed that we are faced with this stage. I think there's an argument to be made that Hastings should never have been built on the place it's built. When you think about it, the productive soils, we should have started somewhere else. And I'm really disappointed to hear that in the report there's no mention, no work being done, and we heard it there this morning, about a lack of work being done on future developments of rural areas on soils which are not as productive as the Heretaunga Plains. For example, Marae Kakaho. It's only a short distance from here. It's got all the facilities you'd need. It's got a school, a hall, a sports park, a river for recreation, and no mention of it. I think it's an ideal site for a satellite town. But here we are, and we're looking at this. 4,000 hectares already gone since the 1950s, more on the block here today for good reasons, and I don't doubt that. But we have to say, when is enough enough? And I say to you as the panel that you are looking at this, and I want you to see yourselves as custodians of the soils for the future generations, not for a housing development tomorrow, not for something else tomorrow, but for generations to come. Because it seems to me we're a little bit like the gingerbread man and the wolf. The gingerbread man, do you remember when we went to school thing, kids' story? The gingerbread man wanted to cross the river, but he couldn't because he'd get in the water and get wet. So the wolf offered him a trip. And the wolf said, I'll just have an arm. And the gingerbread said, I don't need that arm, and I'll be all right with the rest of it. Got part way across, the wolf said, I need a bit more. The gingerbread man never made it across the river. Well, I want to say to you, the rapacious demand for development on easy, good quality soils will never let up. Because it's simple. What we should be saying to ourselves, let's not do things because they're easy, let's do things because they're hard. This is what I found was so inspirational about Kennedy when he said we want to go to the moon. We go not because it's easy, but because it's hard. I thought that was leadership. What I'm seeing here is let's do things because they're easy and forget about tomorrow and the next year. Well, I do think you have to remember about tomorrow, and I have always in my head the thing about tomorrow was in the 80s. I was on Cuba Street and saw a young man stiffing on glue. I sat down on the bench with him to talk to him about it, and you know what he said to me? He said, why should I worry about tomorrow? What's tomorrow ever done for me? And I was instantly depressed. So I just feel we do have to think about tomorrow, not about the next generation, but generations to come. I think we're going to intend to live here for hundreds of years. We cannot afford to keep putting these productive soils under concrete and tar seal, because you can't live off concrete and tar seal. We need food and food production. We need to rethink the paradigm here. We need to go up. We need to go to areas which are less productive. We need to look to other areas, like on hills. I live at the foot of Fern Hill. On top of it is a grassy farm. It's not productive land in terms of the Heretaunga Plains. If you go to Europe, where do they build? They build on hilltops for two reasons: defence, but to protect the soils beneath them. Here, we build on the flats of productive soils and sit there and admire the hills. Well, I think we have to rethink that. We've also got other areas further out which we could put housing on. We've got good transport and good networks. I just think we've made the easy decision here, just keep creeping out and out across the soils. 4,000 hectares of productive plain soils is gone in 50 years. 4,000 hectares. How many more hectares of productive plain soils can we afford to give up? Piece by piece, it's disappearing in front of us. And I implore you to take the words of Peter Bevan seriously and say, someone must be strong enough to say enough. I look forward to you people saying enough. I look forward to you people saying, driving a stake in the ground, placing a PO and saying no more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barker. I saw that you were reading from some notes. Would you be able to make those available
Sure.
to Caitlin? That would be very helpful, thank you.
How about I type them up? You won't read my spider writing.
Bit like mine then. I'll just ask my colleagues if they have any questions of you.
No questions. The points you've spoken to on behalf of Mr. Bevan have been raised by the submitters, and they certainly create the context for us to make a decision.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Peter Rakes, submitter 129. Good morning, Mr. Rakes. We have received your submission and we have read through it already. We have you allocated for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to say, I think after the last submission, we've got a pretty good answer. We've got 1,688 acres just on the very close to Hastings. And it's mostly hard, dry hills. An ideal place to put housing. Just to go back a step, talking about the history of Hastings, my mother used to tell me that she was born in Hastings, and she used to tell me that originally Hastings was going to be built on the Havelock side, but the railway was put through the centre of where it is now because the landowner persuaded the government to put the railway through his land. And that's why she said it should have been built at Havelock. And instead of that, it came here. So here we are. We've got all this built houses on productive land, and I totally agree that it seems sacrilege to cover it in concrete. But of course, you might like to know why my wife and I, my wife's here with me today, we've got a large family and, 7 kids and 16 grandchildren, and we're faced with having to help provide for them. And my eldest grandson just bought a house in Havelock and had to pay over $1 million for it, with an $800,000 mortgage. And it's hard for young kids these days. And we would like to develop a bit of our farm, so we don't have to, sell the family silver, and like a lot of farmers do, and provide for our family. So that's the underlining reason. Now, just wanted to say that, I'm quite a bit disappointed that our property wasn't included in the FDS, because I had some interesting discussions with the council staff, and at one stage I was under the impression that it was looked at favourably to be included, but I see the reasons, namely that rural or the satellite suburbs, such as we're proposing, have been ruled too expensive to provide with infrastructure. And I can understand the council's concern about that, because to run wastewater all the way out to Pakipak would cost a lot of money. The point I just wanted to make today is that we've spent a heck of a lot of money and time investigating wastewater solutions for our property, because we understand that there's environmental concerns. Council has concerns about if there's a wastewater scheme put out there independently of their system, is it going to be managed properly? Who's going to take control of it long term, etc., etc. Now, just to go back a step, the council, I feel sorry for the council here because they've had to take on a lot of debt which is cyclone related. And anybody can look up the internet and see that the council's got nearly $400 million worth of debt. It's cost them $20 million a year in interest to service. And they're constrained in terms of expenditure. And no doubt that's taken into account, I would think, respectfully suggest that it's taken into account in future development of the cost of infrastructure. But the point I want to emphasise today is that we can provide that infrastructure out there. Now, stormwater is not a big issue. Potable water is not a big issue. The big question that everybody raises is wastewater. And how's that going to be effectively disposed of and environmentally sound way that's going to meet the concerns of all. So you would have seen in my second submission quite a bit on that subject, and I have here that I was going to leave with the panel just 3 copies of our wastewater design, because what we anticipate doing is in our first stage of a development was around about 40 houses, which we've got a plan of here. We would have on-site treatment and advanced secondary treatment systems, just like, modern day septic tank units on each section, but they would not dispose onto each section. That would be collected, and that material, once it's treated to an advanced, be pumped out to a disposal field about 2 kilometres away out the back of our farm. Now, it goes through this, what we call a pure by plants system, which is basically lined, it's a lined with thick rubber lined basin with graded shingle and aqueous plants all through it. So by the time that treated wastewater goes through that system and then goes into a stand of carcatea trees, it's a very, very sound way of disposing of wastewater, which the council should take comfort in. Because I know this is the number one concern of council. So I just wanted to put forward today that there is a solution, and council are concerned about expenditure. More and more houses in Hastings and Napier all got to go through the treatment plants, which are primary treatment plants only. It all goes out into the seawater, which is quite a concern to iwi. I know that for a fact. So if a satellite suburb out there with its own professionally designed wastewater treatment system is going to be a big relief for council. They don't have to spend money. We're going to spend the money. We're going to put the roads in. We're going to do everything. So I just appeal to the panel. What a wonderful solution. It's barren land. It's hill country. You look at Wellington's built on hills. I know that, there's areas around, near Flaxburn that can built on, and maybe that's okay, but why build on all the productive soils? I mean, I went through Miani the other day. I see all those beautiful fields covered in onions and high value crops. Why build on that when you've got hard, dry hill country on the periphery, so close? And so I just appeal to the panel to please include us in the future development strategy, if you could. Would really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rakes. I will see if we have any questions for you.
Thank you for your submission. I'm not sure if you were here earlier, we were asking staff about, I think one of the responses that we've got from staff is that there is an intention to do a rural residential strategy to look at the areas in and around Hastings and Napier, and whether there is potential. I know we've got a lot of submissions coming through asking for similar things to you. I just want to get your view on, I suppose, the council's, and I think probably for us, the tension is, rather than making ad hoc decisions about, like your proposal, is to try and get a joined up kind of approach to how the sub-region grows and develops, particularly from a rural residential point of view. I suppose my question to you is, do you think that's worth progressing?
Well, could I ask, if I was to say yes, well, would it be put off for ages, or would it happen? Because I mean, we're basically sort of ready to go. I've obviously spent 150,000 odd on this job, and you know, we'd like to go. I can see where you're coming from. I mean, the current, if I could just step aside for a second, the current provisions in council are via farm parks for rural, but it's a very inefficient use of land. You know, dotting a house here and there. And you'll see our first stage is on a very, small piece of very, very unproductive land. Yes, I mean, if that's the way the council has to do it, but I mean, I just thought the government is very keen to get things going. I mean, Hastings, and the cyclone has knocked us around, and I've got friends in business that is, things are tight, and we need the government and people to get things going. I've got my family in the construction industry, for instance, and it's tough going. Do you think that you could, if the council was to do that, would they be proactive and do something straight away, or what do you think?
Well, we did ask the question about timeframes on developing that strategy, because that would help inform potentially the next iteration. I think probably one of the challenges that we have is there are gaps, I think, in terms of information. So,
yes, well, as I say, all I say is we've got a good sized area of land out there. And time can take I mean, farm parks are only going to provide for just a few houses, aren't they? But we've got a decent block out there that could provide for a great number of houses for the district and meet all the needs of, like the previous submitter and so many people that are deeply concerned about encroaching onto the fertile soils.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rakes, for coming in and talking to us today. If you could provide those 3 copies of that plan to Caitlin, and she'll have copies made for the staff and for us.
It is a patented process.
We promise we won't steal and use it.
Just that the person that designed it would like me to say that.
So no further questions for you, Mr. Rakes. Thank you for coming in this morning. The next submitter we're hearing from this morning is Justin Blair from Kingfisher Pass and Philip Mackay. Welcome both. We have received your submission and the material supplied in advance, which we have read through, and we have 10 minutes allocated to you this morning. Mr. Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Philip Mackay, taku ingoa. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So Justin Blair from Kingfisher Pass on my right, and Richard Gaddam of Rangimoy Trust is in the audience. He's got a specified speaking time. So this submission is on behalf of both parties.
So what I intend to do is just summarise the summary and conclusion that I had in my statement of evidence, and then ask Mr. Blair to make a comment, and then we'll take questions from there. So the land concerned is located off Ensley Drive and Red Hills Road in the Havelock Hills. So it is contiguous to the existing urban area of Havelock North. Its zoning is rural. And the request in the submission was for the land to be considered or identified for rural residential development. So clearly the officer's report has recommended not identifying any land for further development, but it does acknowledge that when located on the urban fringe, it is relevant to providing residential capacity, and this land is exactly that. It is on the urban fringe of Havelock North, and I consider it would make a contribution to residential development capacity for that particular type of development. So there's 72.4 hectares in total between Mr. Blair's and Mr. Gaddam's properties that have been set out in the submission. Approximately 63 hectares of that is currently zoned rural. So that will give a nominal capacity of around 65 dwellings based on a 1 hectare average, or obviously the capacity would be greater if the 1 hectare average was lowered. The key points is that the land is located off highly productive land, it's elevated in the hills, and it's away from natural hazard risk, and it is in an area adjacent to the urban services of Havelock North. So the final paragraph there in my evidence 37 is that if the panel is not minded to include this land in the FDS, then we have requested changes to section 10.6 of the FDS. And I've pointed out in my evidence there are some existing policies in the regional policy statement in particular that are quite directive and not providing for any further rezoning of rural residential land. So the key point in terms of these submitters is that although the request is for rural residential, the location of that land can supplement the residential development capacity. Thank you. So I'll just ask Mr. Blair to make a comment.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd just like to say that I guess what sets this piece of land apart is that it's very close to the urban area. We're ready to develop it now, so it can definitely make a contribution straight away. I think there's also, it was previously consented for subdivision, but that has since lapsed in 2018. But what was established was beautiful trees and plantings as part of that, part of the consent process that it's been through. So it's already established and ready to go. It's very close to services and so forth. So yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for the council to have some low-lying fruit in the rural residential area, and also it sets out one of the key objectives of theirs is variety of housing. So it does help with that as well. Thank you.
So happy to take any questions.
Happy to take any questions.
I'll start. Thank you, Mr. Mackay. So I've read through your original submission as well. So it's the wording. Sorry, I'm juggling between pages. Page 14 of your submission, paragraph 4.
Yes.
So that's the wording that you seek there.
Yes.
What would be the weight given to that wording? How would it be implemented?
Well, the implementation of it. Sorry, Madam Chair, just finished reading what the changes are, just to refresh myself. Yes. Well, so the implementation set out there would be via the regional policy statement and district plans ultimately, and changing the objectives and policies. But other than that, I would also consider that a statement such as that in the FDS would be of assistance if for example, a private plan change application was lodged ahead of those changes being made. So far, it is a non-statutory document, but it does provide direction to the statutory documents. And in this case, when the relevant policies in the regional policy statement are based on the 2010 HPUDs, it would take further weight given the length of time since those policies were formulated. So I appreciate it doesn't provide statutory weight or a replacement to the RPS or the district plan itself, but it would just assist with the implementation of those policies and assessing a resource consent or a private plan change against them.
I'm not sure if you were in the room when we were hearing from the council officers. Ms Morgan did run us through what the purpose of an FDS is. In your view, does the scope of an FDS include rural residential land?
Well, I think in this case, it does. At least in part, because the development capacity that's been quoted does include some rural residential land on the urban fringes. So in that sense, it clearly does, and this is the type of land that's consistent with that. In terms of overall, sorry, I wasn't in the room when the statement was made. Not so much. For Mr Blair and Mr Gaddam, but I have made some submissions on behalf of other clients with land further away that isn't on that immediate urban fringe. In those cases, when the wider consultation was being carried out, rural residential development or development in rural centres was certainly being considered as an alternative growth option for the FDS. Obviously that wasn't chosen with the continuation of the status quo being chosen, additional greenfields on the edges of the existing urban areas plus intensification. But the earlier parts of the FDS certainly were consulting on those other growth options. So at that time it must have been considered to be part of the FDS. It's probably a little bit of a grey area. The definition of urban development and the urban development and national policy statement on the urban development capacity. It could go either way. So I appreciate there is a grey area there. And I know that the office report refers to a rural residential strategy. The concern there is just when that would be completed.
Just one quick question. I've been allowed a quick question. The housing supply demand analysis has looked at the various types of typology of and housing types that is sort of anticipated is going to be needed. And obviously, what you're talking about is a particular type of development at a certain end of the market. Do you see that as an adjunct to what the capacity requirements are, or being able to absorb some of that capacity that might be sitting on Class 1 land, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. So it is only going to be it's not going to, cover for the variety of housing types required, because of the location, the elevated land being a bit more expensive to develop, etc. So it is only going to likely provide those larger house options, but yes, see it as supplementing the development capacity with obviously the higher densities providing in the existing urban areas. And yes, potentially providing opportunities for housing that might otherwise go on the highly productive land.
Thank you very much for coming in this morning and making time to talk to us. We will now adjourn for a morning tea break, and we will reconvene at 11:20 when we'll hear from Richard Gaddam. Thank you. Okay, it's 11:20, so we'll recommence, and we are hearing from Mr. Gaddam. Welcome, Mr. Gaddam. We have received your submission and your further information provided as well, including your movie. So we have reviewed those. Now we have you allocated for 10 minutes with us this morning. Yep.
Right, so this is looking from the Heretaunga Plains, looking up onto the hills. You can see there's some open ground on the right. This is my property. Ground on the left is residential area. And then it climbs up. So what you can see there, although it's not very clear, is the area in question, which rises up towards the Kingfisher Pass area. So as you can see, this area here is it's elevated. It's off the highly productive land. They're hard old hills, dry hills. It's quite steep, although you probably don't get a look at that. We don't understand that really so much with the quality of this sort of movie. Obviously no hazards. And it's very close to Havelock. Now I just want to make a point that Havelock can't expand any further onto the plains. It can't expand because of the highly productive soils. It can't expand any higher because of the Tomato Peak special character. Height restrictions are there. It can't go any more towards the Tukituk River because it's a special character zone. So the only direction it can go really is this way here, is off Middle Road. The area on the left there you can see is the Kingfisher Pass area. You can see there's already been quite a bit of roading done. And this is the sort of views from the top of the hill, looking out over the plains there and towards Napier and over towards the Ruahine Ranges. So coming down to get a better look at what the views are and what the topography is like. In my submission also discussed or highlighted the fact that I've already done a small subdivision on the property. And of course, you know, I paid for all the infrastructure costs. The council didn't have to contribute to anything. So it was a win-win for the council. We tapped into a potable water supply, which was actually created by myself and another neighbour through the council. So that was actually no cost to the council either because of the way it was set up. Sure, it's going to be, because of its topography, it is a low yielding area to build on, but and of course it'll cater for discerning buyers that are probably willing to pay a bit more to get up onto a hill, have a view, and be close to Havelock North, which is only sort of 5-minute drive away. I'm not going to read my submission because you've already got it. In the FDS report that was just released last week, it states that, you know, it's not a reasonably practical growth option. But I would disagree, along with the Kingfisher Pass property owner, that it's a very good option. You can see here I've planted all the gullies and trees, amenity trees, and kept the ridges bare for possible subdivision at some stage. Yeah, so we're heading over towards the sort of southern side of the property now, looking out over the plains, and then we'll swing round to a sort of more northerly direction here. The track that's there would be done up to be sort of compliant with a road that would actually handle subdivisions on the hills of this nature. The infrastructure cost to do a development on these hills is probably going to be a little bit more minimal. We've already got the water on the property, got the power there, the roading's been started. At the bottom there's a public road, Red Hills Road is a public road leading into it. Those tanks on the left there is a water supply from town water supply, so it would matter of hooking into that. And there's also a plan to, at some stage, as I understand it, to put a big reservoir right on the top of the hill of my property to feed down into more development in this area where Havelock really's only got an option to move to. There's been talk about this rural residential strategy, putting it off and addressed separately. For me, I can't understand why that is needs to happen. I'm a big proponent for saving the soils on the plains, and I can't understand why this draft is so concentrating on greenfield areas on the plains when there's so many options round the hills, right round the hills of the Hiratonga Plains, and also in some other areas, like it's been mentioned, Marakakaho, and coastal areas. Coastal areas, for some reason, have been discounted, as is Marakakaho, and you know, it seems nonsensical to us and a lot of people, probably 95% of the people in this area, why we are concentrating on building on the plains when we've got so many other options to build on. So, you know, I just believe that these issues should be sorted now rather than waiting on the waiting and going through the process of this FDS draft, which consequently has recommended, just the draft itself recommended over 400 hectares of highly productive land to be built on. That will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gaddam. We are about on time with you. I'll just see if we have one quick question for you. No, thank you. You have been very clear. Thank you for your time, and we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Brian Hankin and Andrew Torrens, submitter 32. Good morning. So we have you allocated for a 10-minute speaking slot with us this morning. We have received obviously your submission and the material that you've provided to us in advance as well. So thank you. Over to you.
Cheers.
My name's Andrew. This is my father-in-law, Brian. Thank you very much. We're happy for our submission to be taken as read, and we'll answer any specific questions related to it. What we would like to do today, though, is to take a little bit of time to address the report for the hearings panel on submissions. This morning, we were told in the earlier presentation that rural residential development has been considered and discounted. And in the report section discussing rural residential areas, the report has recommended to include the text from the HPUDs as an appendix to the FDS with an appropriate explanatory text. However, our reading of the HPUD text, it appears to discuss Bayview Township and the constraints to further urban development, including the provision of water supply and wastewater services infrastructure, rather than the effects or enabling of further rural residential development outside of the township. The opening presentation this morning also presented a number of maps of highly productive soils and natural hazards, showing how constrained development is going to become on the plains. Therefore, it is our belief that overlooking or delaying the enablement of further rural residential development creates a significant missed opportunity. And I think what we're talking about today is a positive. And it should be rural residential or further rural residential development should be viewed positively by the development strategy. Rural residential developments can be completed largely self-supporting infrastructure, such as rainwater harvesting and self-contained wastewater treatment systems, working outside of those existing infrastructure constraints. And the development areas are generally non-productive hill country, sitting outside of highly productive soils and natural hazard areas. We'd like to support the previous submitter in that our clear preference would be for a rural residential strategy or direction to be provided for within the FDS. There also appears to be a lot of support for this within the other written submissions made to the committee. So yeah, thank you very much for your time and consideration. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Torrance. That was very clear about what you are after. I will see if we have any questions for you.
Thank you. Just one question. Seems we've got time. The property that you're most specifically interested in your submission, is that subject to other potential natural hazard constraints, or are you just speaking generally in terms of the concept of incorporating rural residential into the overall strategy?
No. So the Hankins own property on Seafield Road, if you know where that is, sort of just directly behind Bayview Township. It is not subject to any known natural hazard issues. It's hill country, so it doesn't flood. It's not on any tsunami risk maps. It is stable land, so there's been a preliminary geotech report done on the area and the surrounding area, which shows that it's perfectly stable for building. Doesn't slip through any of the cyclones or wet weather that we've had recently. Hasn't moved in any seismic event. It's been assessed by a subject matter expert as being non-productive outside of the constraints of, sorry, I've forgotten the name of it, the highly productive soils, or the national policy statement. It's, yeah, there's no known issues with it.
And the Historic Places Trust have been over it. There's nothing of any interest for them. The council has been through the land. They have walked over it, and verbally they agreed with everything that the HPUD recommendations put down, that it's very non-productive, it's high, it's not flooding, and the whole area that surrounds our land is rural residential. Seafield Road, going up Seafield Road on the right-hand side is rural residential. The block that we're on the left-hand side is not. We don't know why. No one can answer that question. And we find that the intensification that's happening in our area is just all around us because of the rural residential that's going on. And it's non-productive land. They can, and we have applied or asked to get someone to look at changing the zoning, but without any luck.
Your submission's been really clear in terms of what you're seeking, so thank you. I suspect, Mr. Torrens, you've had experience with this before?
It's not my first rodeo, but I'm also not professional.
We did briefly speak to the officers previously this morning, probably before you arrived, and we have asked them to provide us some information in their reply to us about if there was to be a rural residential strategy, what timing that might be. So that is something certainly we're very alert to. We also talked to them about the purpose of a future development strategy as well, and what the scope is under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So that's something we're being very mindful of in terms of what we've been tasked to do.
Yes. I was lucky enough to be watching the live stream before we arrived this morning. I noted that one of the answers to that question was that the rural residential strategy wouldn't be this year and probably not next year, which means it's pushing you out into 27, which is quite a long way down the road. So it'll be interesting to see what the written response to that is.
There's a lot of interest in the land after Gabrielle with people who'd been zoned 3, category 3. We had a lot of interest in that land, and they went forward. We looked at areas we could cut off, but in the end they found it was in the too hard basket from their side of it. So,
Well, thank you very much for coming and talking to us today. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
The next submitter that we have down to talk to us this morning is Angie Denby from the Ahuriri Estuary Protection Society, submitter 24. So good morning. We have allocated 10 minutes to you, and we have received your presentation and read through your submission as well.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Angie Denby and the Chair of the Ahuriri Estuary Protection Society. This is Sue McDonald, the Secretary. Our organisation has been going about 40 years and set up to protect the estuary, which of course is an ongoing issue. So we're not here about development, we're here to raise awareness about the estuary and ask that any development on its borders has deep consideration about how that proceeds. Okay, so on our introductory slide there, you'll see a photograph across the Ahuriri, the West Shore Wildlife Reserve, which is part of the Ahuriri Estuary area. Directly behind those those gum trees there are where the airport wish to bring their development right down to the edge of the estuary. Right, so I just have to find the right. Can you tell me which is the... You can do it from there? Okay, thank you. For those who are not certain of the history, on the left-hand side is how the estuary looked up to 1865. Very important place for mana whenua, living all around it and on islands, etc. And then up to 1965, I know that's an old map, but it's pretty well how things look now on the right. The Hawke's Bay earthquake was a major affector of the land, of the water that rose up, but also a lot of reclamation had been done all around the southern area and south of the Napier Hill. So the estuary itself, if you look on the right-hand side, is that tiny blue line, which goes from Napier Hill towards the hills and up and along below the cliffs, right up to Bayview. So that's what's considered Ahuriri estuary. Thank you. So it has a lot of status in various plans and policies. We'd like these to remain in the forefront of people's minds when they're planning development around the estuary. A particular one that sticks out for me is that it's a wetlands of national importance to fisheries. And so it's a breeding, a nesting, a feeding ground for ocean-going fish who eventually then go out into the ocean. So it's really important. And it's the largest on this side of the Lower North Island. Thank you. So what lives there? 77 species of birds, ranging from ones only found in New Zealand through to native, which is bigger area Australia, the islands, migratory that come across the ocean to spend the summer here, and other introduced birds. 29 species of fish and 33 species of macroinvertebrates, which are the food for the fish and birds. Thank you. I've liked to use the example of the bar-tailed godwit. They are a kind of icon in Napier. There's a very beautiful bronze statue at the airport that was originally NAC's logo, emblem, and also the roundabout entering the airport has many carved sculptures, metalwork of godwits. So about 300 make the estuary their home each summer. They are site loyal. They fly from Alaska and land in the upper estuary, which is an important thing for us in the terms of this development. Then they move to the lower and mid estuary, and twice a day they roost at an area called the West Shore Wildlife Reserve, which you saw in the first photograph. And that was developed particularly for wading birds to roost. Thank you. Here's a world map of the godwit's journey. Top right-hand corner, start off in Alaska and fly non-stop to New Zealand. They don't glide, they beat their wings the whole way. 8 or 9 day flight, 11,500 Ks. And the juveniles that have been born at 14 weeks also fly to New Zealand. And then in the autumn, they fly back to the Yellow Sea to feed for about 6 weeks, and then on to Alaska for the next breeding season as the snow melts and the insects start flying around up there. Thank you. So, ongoing issues, and these are the ones on a daily basis that have been happening for years. Just looking at the headings will probably help you get an idea of what stress the estuary is under constantly. In regards to this submission, changing natural landscape values is what we're worried about too in terms of development right on the border of the estuary. Thank you. So, our concerns, the airport business park. They want to extend, or I think they already own the land, all the way down to the edge of the estuary. So the list below shows you what we have concerns about in terms of what that will mean for the wildlife at the estuary. Thank you. The business growth locations, the zones in the middle of the area north of the airport, AS3 and AS4. So far there have been no public discussions regarding these sites, and we really need to know what the long-term environmental impact is on the estuary in terms of the stormwater of these developments, etc. Pollution, noise. Thank you. So greenfield areas and areas AS1 and AS2. Very important reminder is that end of the estuary, the piece up by the cliffs and the farms at the top there, it's a highly sensitive habitat for a critically endangered bird, the Australasian bittern. And also that's the area where the godwits arrive each year, absolutely bedraggled and worn out, and gather themselves up before they go down to feed for the rest of the summer in the lower ends of the estuary. So we haven't seen any environmental impact statements of any of the developments. And so there's a little list there of the possible negative impacts on the fragile upper estuary. And this will change the natural landscape values up there. Thank you. So right on our doorstep right now are these other threats for the estuary. The fast track 4-lane expressway extension from Prebinson Drive to Watchman Road, which is the entrance to the airport. It'll take land from the Scrapes area, and it will take land from the West Shore Wildlife Reserve. We've researched solar farms around airports, and there's international research indicating they're a danger to arriving migratory birds, as the birds think it's water to land on. And also we've recently seen an article about sunstrike from solar farms in Holland near an airport, near Schiphol Airport, and they actually have to shut the airport down for a couple of hours, on sunny days. Pilots are complaining. So the other boundary, the Aorere Regional Park, is going to possibly create easier access for the public to sensitive wildlife areas. That remains to be seen. It's still in development. Thank you. So what we'd like the local councils to do is advocate for the protection of the estuary in line with all the policies, plans, bylaws, etc. that are already in place. Don't forget the special places and build right up to their boundary. So we need very stringent rules for all aspects that might impact on the welfare of the estuary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that thorough presentation and helpful that you provided that through to us in advance. You certainly have made the Society's concerns very clear to us. I think we've got time for one question, so I'll see if any of my colleagues have one.
Just got one. Thank you for your presentation. Just in regards to the discussions with Kalinga.
Which landover do you mean? Not discussions, I wouldn't call it. We're waiting for the actual documents to be available. We understand their aspirations for that land. We understand they've got planning waterways close to the estuary, but we haven't seen anything in concrete yet, so a little bit on the back foot regarding that, sorry.
No further questions from us. Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us this morning.
Thanks for listening.
Our next submitter up is the Evans Family Trust. Morena. We have you allocated for 10 minutes this morning. We have received your information already provided as well.
Sorry, everybody, I forgot that I need glasses. Critically need glasses. I just put my timer on so we can try and keep at it. Thank you for the opportunity to appear in front of the Independent Hearings Panel to speak to Submission 124, being the Evans Family Trust, EFT, submission regarding allocation of their land at North Shore Road and Putakawa Drive, Whirinaki, as a greenfield residential growth area. I've obviously got a prepared script in my hand, but please stop me if anything catches your eyes or ears as we're going through, or you might pick up, I've picked up something from my daughter and it's sitting in the back of my throat. So if you start to hear me struggling, by all means ask a question of Mr. Evans next to me, please. My name is Jason Kay. I'm a planner employed by Development Nous Limited, a Hastings-based multidisciplinary land development company. Been employed by Development Nous Limited locally for 8 years as part of my 20 plus years as a planner in New Zealand and the UK. With me on my left, I have Stan Evans of the Evans Family Trust. He is the Evans and Evans.
Good morning.
Our intention today is to briefly cover the main points of our submission, explaining what's proposed, why it's proposed, and to respond to a couple of matters raised by the Council's report. To confirm, no further information has been submitted in response to the publication of the Council's report. The panel will hear from various other submitters on the proposed residential land supply in general and the vulnerability of the modelled supply to land not being brought forward, as we've seen with HPUD's allocations, and through loss of large areas to necessary retirement villages. We don't intend covering that within our 10 minutes here, other than to say that the Hawke's Bay's supply shortfall sits in the background of every decision. The site. Briefly, we're focused on two areas, Area A and Area B of the EFT's wider land holding to the north of the Esk River, between State Highway 2 and the coast at Whirinaki. The subject land is located to the north of a wide constructed drain, the Whirinaki Drain, that originates at the rear of the Panpack complex conveying water to the coast. Land is bound by the drain, North Shore Road and Putakawa Drive. Land has been segregated from the balance of the EFT landholding through the purchase of a corridor of land adjoining the Whirinaki Drain by Hawke's Bay Regional Council for the purpose of constructing a protective stop bank. Area A comprises LUC 7 land that experiences poor growing conditions and is not considered highly productive, while the Area B land is LUC 2. The segregation of the land from the balance farm results in the land now being very difficult to farm in association with the balance, requiring farm vehicles to utilise the state highway to link between this land and the balance farm. This would be a challenging predicament given the road use and character there. Proposed allocation. The submission seeks allocation of both Area A and Area B for future greenfield residential development, albeit with caveat regarding stop bank completion. It's envisaged that residential development will be based on larger lots consistent with the area and on-site servicing methods. Excuse me. Historic HPUD's assessment. The site was reviewed through the original HPUDs and identified as being inappropriate for development due to the absence of infrastructure capacity. The site was then removed from the list of inappropriate development sites through the 2016 HPUD's review, with supportive commentary that the land could be considered development should demand exceed the HPUD's allocated supply. This is relevant to EFT as the experienced reality is that without strategic allocation, it's unlikely that development can be achieved through councils. Whirinaki Drain stop bank protection. This is pretty much the big issue for us, and without any form of protection, the site and surrounding land suffered significant inundation as part of the wider Cyclone Gabrielle Esk Valley flooding. A stop bank scheme has been designed to protect the existing homes of the area and the approximately $2 billion worth of industrial and infrastructure asset across the substantial Panpack complex, Contact Energy Power Station and Transpower substation. The Council's report states that the estimated stop bank scheme cost has increased from $11 million to $26.9 million, and that it does not now have allocated funding. An allocation within the FDS would be expected to be accompanied by a caveat that residential zoning or development could not proceed in advance of satisfactory completion of a stop bank. Development of the land in the absence of a stop bank is clearly not proposed by EFT, And if anyone catches Stan, they can talk to Stan's first-hand experience of that flooding and why he would not propose anything without a stop bank. No. The Council's stop bank design. The Council's report includes extracts from HBRC land scientist Dr. Barachivi, and sorry if that's incorrect pronunciation, it was my best attempt at it. So Barachivi's desktop review of the submission, including suggestion that the plans appear to overestimate the land required for the stop bank, while also suggesting that the stop bank will not truncate the property due to the Whirinaki drain already serving as a physical division of the property. Stop bank corridor shown on the submission plans has now been purchased for this purpose by HBRC. The submission plans do not overestimate the extent of the land. The exact design and dimensions are somewhat secondary now, given that that land has been removed from the EFT land holding. And HBRC ownership means that the Evans Family Trust don't have access across it. Prior to acquisition of the stop bank corridor by HBRC, the physical division of the full land holding by the Whirinaki drain was effectively addressed through use of a bridge and an HBRC installed weir system that also served as a forward crossing for farm vehicles up to 50 tonne.
Yeah.
Yes. As set out in the submission, EFT has now no legal right to cross the HBRC acquired land corridor, and it's unlikely that HBRC would invite Stan to traverse the future stop bank in his heavy farm machinery or to move stock over the stop bank. There's no legal right of access across that land. Connection between the main area of the farm and the severed portion is therefore now reliant on use of the state highway. While long visibility displays can be gained along the highway, this alignment also supports speeds close to the 90km/h speed limit for the large number of logging trucks travelling through there associated with nearby Pampac. This road environment will be difficult to negotiate in tractors or farm vehicles towing plant. And when you go out there, if you're going out there for your site visit, you stand on the side of the highway there for 3, 4, 5 minutes, and it's quite immediate how challenging that would be for Stan getting out there in his tractor. I'm conscious that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to keep talking as fast as I can. The rural productivity appraisal appended to the submission was prepared for the COVID fast track application prior to the introduction of the NPS HPL. Due to that timing, it doesn't contain a detailed land use categorisation. The Council's report references Dr. Barachivi's suggestion that the inconsistency of the LUC mapping with one of the test pit holes from the rural productivity appraisal directs that the full extent of the property should be considered LUC2. EFT have extensive experience farming that land, and Stan will tell you quite clearly that the band of land along the eastern edge of that paddock is not productive. He's given up trying to crop it because the costs of cropping it are greater than the income from that.
That's true.
Site isolation. Area B comprises 3.4 hectare of LUC2 land that has been used productively. It's a productive land class. The small area and segregation of this from the balance farm provides the foundation of a case to address paragraph 310 of the NPS HPL. It's going to be difficult to use that in association with the balance land. It is segregated off and difficult. Site isolation. The site's clearly detached from Napier. However, the land adjoins the long-established community of North Shore Road as part of the wider Whirinaki area. Pampac Forest Products state that their complex employs more than 200 staff with a wider employment impact of 3,210 FTE. The employment activity is integral to the wider Whirinaki area. There's also a wider base of agricultural and horticultural activity undertaken on the land to the north and west that is accessed from State Highway 2 and State Highway 5. Failure to provide housing options in this area will continue to result in a local shortfall of housing supply against demand and people commuting from Napier to Pampac and the wider rural and forestry activity to the north and west. While not supporting allocation of the land, the Council's report suggests that a consent or private land change would be a more appropriate planning pathway. Our experience has shown that we definitely need the allocation, albeit with caveats, to be able to negotiate way through a planning process. And my throat is almost very much gone. In summary, the significant value of the industrial and infrastructure assets of the area will likely weigh in favour of a stock bank being funded and constructed along the corridor of land that has been acquired from EFT by HBRC. It's on that basis that we're forwarding this submission. Construction of a suitable stock bank will provide the same protection that much of Napier's urban area is reliant on to mitigate the risk of river flood inundation. Area A suffers from poor productive value. Area B is productively utilised, but is going to be dependent on access across the state highway now that it's effectively segregated by the HBRC land purchase. Use of the state highway for farm connection is not realistically practicable. As a segregated land parcel, Area B is not of sufficient size to provide a viable productive unit. It's this resulting scenario that's led to the proposed allocation of the land for future greenfield residential development. Sorry all, 9 minutes and a half or something there.
Mr. Kay, will you provide us those notes?
Yeah, I might edit out a few of the words that I didn't get to read, but I'd like to, yes.
Okay, thank you. If you'd provide those to Caitlin in due course. With your 9.5 minutes, we have about, you can answer a question in about 30 seconds. What's your comment on the officer's position that a resource consent or plan change is a more appropriate option for consideration?
Without some higher level allocation, strategic allocation, we don't see a lot of hope in that. We would like to go through that process, but we don't think that we would be successful. From experience over the past, well, mine 8 years or so locally, without an allocation, we're going to be struggling to get anywhere with things. We need the higher level allocation, FDS allocation, to get us through. Otherwise, it's here is the land supply. You know, this is outside of it, and we will fall foul of the standard. This is rural zone. These are our objectives and policies.
So you're saying it's the settings in the RPS and the district plans that are causing the issue. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I think I've ripped my colleagues off from any chance of answering any questions. Thank you very much for coming in this morning and talking to us. We have read through the submission, so we are aware of what your concerns are and what you're seeking. Thank you.
And be careful when you're going out there if you're doing a site visit standing next to that highway.
Thank you. And next we have Richard Stevenson from Bupa, submitter 88. Good morning, Mr. Stevenson. Well, good afternoon now. We have your submission and your speaking notes as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So thanks for the opportunity. So my name is Richard Stevenson. I'm Director of Property for Bupa Care Services Limited. And Bupa Care Services operates 37 retirement villages and 40 care homes in New Zealand. So we're a sizable operator in New Zealand. Bupa itself is a global healthcare company operating in 190 countries around the world. Bupa would like to develop a retirement village on a block of land within HN3B, the Middle Road extension between Gilpin Road and Middle Road, Havelock North. Bupa have been looking for a suitable development site in Havelock North area for several years now and have had real difficulty in securing land to planning and consent restrictions. A village of this identified site would deliver approximately 160 independent living units together with a care home and other supported living options. The FDS provides a mechanism to enable the future development of a retirement village on this greenfield site, which will provide much needed housing for older people in the Hawke's Bay community and region. The wider HN3A and B area is also the subject of a submission by CDL Land New Zealand Limited, submitter 84. Bupa agrees with the points made by CDL and supports their submission. The CDL points that Bupa would like to pay particular attention to this morning are as follows. An absence of quantifiable evidence to justify the reasons for removal of HN3A and B, and that the original assessment by the technical work carried out supports them being included. The technical reports show a shortfall in greenfield development capacity in Hastings and a surplus in Napier, but the MPS urban development does not provide for offsetting development shortfalls between urban environments. The MPS highly productive land provides exemptions for rezoning of HBL for urban development as specified in clause 3.6, and exclusion of HN3A and B solely because the blocks are land use capability class 2 is flawed. The constraints of HN3A and B as productive land is documented in the technical reports, and urbanisation is appropriate to achieve a well-functioning urban area. Bupa also support the recommendation of the technical working group in the report on submissions to the hearings panel to include the Middle Road, HN3A and HN3B areas back into the FDS. Bupa's submission focuses on potential development of a retirement village and care home on HN3B. In relation to retirement villages, the technical supporting documentation for the FDS recognises the following, which Bupa agree with. The ageing demographic with a higher number of older people, smaller homes and different housing typologies are needed for older people, and an increasing demand for retirement village accommodation is projected. A likely option for older people is to move into smaller homes, freeing up larger existing housing stock for families. Retirement villages are an efficient use of land due to that there tends to be a higher dwelling density. Retirement villages require greenfield areas due to the size of land required. Bupa notes that the typical providers of accommodation for the elderly are Kianga Ora, councils and retirement village operators. However, realistically, the providers of retirement village accommodation at scale required in the future will be retirement village operators. It's therefore critical to provide for greenfield sites in the FDS for new retirement villages. Without greenfield sites for new retirement villages, developers will invest elsewhere. This will likely result in a lack of suitable housing for older people, which will need people to move outside of their communities and leave this area potentially. Development of a retirement village on HN3B will also provide jobs during the construction phase and permanent aged care sector jobs once the village is operational. The Bupa development represents approximately $200 million investment into this local community. Bupa therefore requests that the area HN3B, the Middle Road extension, is reinstated into the future development strategy. Reasons. Reinstating HN3B provides the opportunity for Bupa to develop a retirement village to supply retirement accommodation for which there is proven demand in the Hastings and Havelock North area. With the removal of HN3A and B, there's heavy reliance on intensification, which runs a significant risk of not being able to meet housing targets. In the decision to remove HN3A and B, it is unclear as to whether the ability to supply the required housing has been calculated. Reinstating HN3B better ensures the district can meet predicted housing demands. Engineering assessments of the land have been undertaken and demonstrate that there are clear pathways available to address Three Waters infrastructure for HN3B, specifically wastewater capacity. Stormwater can be managed on site, and localised flood ponding within the land block can also be appropriately managed. By resolving stormwater issues on site, Bupa will be contributing to reduced flooding in the wider location. The location of land blocks HN3A and 3B is sandwiched between existing urban development to the northwest, James Waddy Retirement Village, southeast, the new Iona residential development, and northeast, the Upham Stream area. The reinstatement of HN3A and 3B to the FDS would consolidate existing and future urban development into a practical block with continuity with the existing Havelock urban area. While HN3B Middle Road Extension is on highly productive land class 2 and not identified in the Heratonga Plains Urban Development Strategy, HPUDs, the purpose of the FDS is to replace the HPUDs. There are other areas of highly productive land where there are differences between the HPUDs and FDS, so the argument that it should be protected because of HBL doesn't make sense. As detailed in the FDS technical assessment and the CDL submission, there are various permanent or long-term constraints on both HN3A and 3B in relation to highly productive land uses. These include wetness and lack of drainage. These matters are not constrained on urban development, as these issues can be managed through on-site stormwater management and appropriate floor levels. Lack of water availability for high-value agricultural or horticultural production due to Hawke's Bay Regional Council allocation restrictions. Invasive plant pest species on the land and associated agricultural machinery restrictions, existing land fragmentation. The HN3A and 3B area is also fragmented into lots that are not large enough for productive use based on other technical constraints. limitations on productive uses resulting from the above. Bupa contends that inclusion of area HN3B is not contrary to the national policy statement on highly productive land, and that the benefits of rezoning HN3B outweigh the long-term costs associated with the loss of this small area of highly productive land. Previous technical work for the FDS in the Refined Spatial Scenarios Site Summaries report states that the site has less value for productive use when compared to other greenfield options. Bupa contends that a reliance on intensification and very limited greenfield development areas risks failure to provide sufficient housing capacity and meet targets. There are no other reasonably practical or feasible options for providing a new retirement village in Havelock North, as brownfield opportunities are simply not available. There seems to have been no in-depth analysis of the ability to achieve housing targets as part of the removal of HN3A and 3B from the FDS, despite the level of technical work that supports its inclusion. In summary, the location of HN3B contributes to a well-functioning urban environment and should be included as a greenfield area in the FDS. Thank you. I've rattled through that, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Did you see the officer's report?
Yes,
So you see that they have recommended inclusion.
I have, which was only relatively recent. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we have any questions for you. Okay, you were obviously very clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson, for coming in and talking to us this morning.
Thanks for your time.
Continuing with Middle Road, our next submitter up is Nikki Gardner and Robert, I don't have a last name for, submitter 60. If you'd like to come forward. And we have you allocated for 10 minutes to talk to us this afternoon.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Robbie here. Mine will be quite quick. I support our land going into the future development. Oh, sorry, I live in 167 Tiari Road, Havelock North, not far from what the last person was talking about. I support our land going into the future development. The land isn't viable any longer. It's not big enough to make a living. We removed the plums trees in 2019. By the time you pay picking, cartage costs, there's no profit to be made for all our labourers. All the orchards in our area have been removed for the same reason. People moan when we light fires to burn. The prunings also, if we replanted and started spraying, we'll have people moaning about spray drift. We have a conifer hedge on the border and we trim it every year. And when we burn the prunings, people moan. The area has changed so much since we moved here 50 years ago with the Ryman village and the growth around Havelock North. It just makes sense to subdivide this area. Thank you.
Were you wanting to add anything?
No, I'm Robbie's neighbour and I can, confirm with him. My parents were on the block before us. They removed the small orchard because it was just pouring money down the drain. Everybody's in exactly the same scenario. We can't profitably farm that productive land because we're so fractured in small block sizes. And for anybody to actually realise, the productive land would need somebody to purchase or lease us all out, smack bang in the middle of Middle Road development, James Waddy Retirement Village. Nobody's going to do it, and as you'll probably hear later on, neighbours have contacted contracting firms for other types of cropping and that. They're not interested in it because of the size, possibly the water take, and everything smack in the middle of what's already developed around us.
Okay, thank you for that additional context. It was actually very helpful, thank you. I'll see if my colleagues have any questions. Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us. Thank you. And our next submitter up is Mission Hills, Marist Holdings, Green Motos Limited, Philip Rocard, Peter Holly and Philip Mackay. We are running ahead of time, so welcome. You're in the hot seat straight away. But please take your time to get comfortable.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, panel, that was perfect timing. Yes, so this submission on behalf of Marist Holdings Green Meadows Limited, who own the Mission Estate. So I have Phil Hockard on my left, the Chair of the Board, and Peter Holly, the Chief Executive, further to the left. So you would have, of course, read through the submission and my evidence. So you would have seen that Marist Holdings is largely in agreement with the officer's recommendations. So really, it's just around the two. So there's 3 pieces of land identified in the Mission Estate in the master planning exercise that the Mission did. And that's been taken forward into a submission to the district plan. Of those 3 areas of land, the largest one's been identified and mapped in the FDS, and the other 2 areas haven't. So the officers have recommended annotations to refer to the other 2 areas, which again we generally in agreement with, but we are concerned that one of those areas, called the future area, it is highly productive land, so therefore on the reading of the MPS HPL, if it's not actually mapped, it wouldn't be deemed to be a future development area. So we do currently have a submission before the Napier City Council on the proposed district plan review, and we understood that the correct way around would be to get the land identified in the FDS and then seek its inclusion in the district plan. So by way of synopsis, that's our submission and my evidence. I'll just ask Peter Holly just to speak with his experience on the ground just about the 2 areas that aren't mapped.
Hello, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. Philip just bounced this on me about 15 minutes ago, so we have done quite a lot of work on the block in terms of understanding it, but I think what stands the history of time is that we've been there farming grapes for, I want to say, 125 years, and it's never been planted, and that's for one very good reason. It's not that suitable for viticulture. So what we're looking for is, in essence, the highest and best use of that land as part of our development going forward.
Thank you. Sorry, just one other point I'd just like to make, which is in my evidence, but the land's been allocated in the draft FDS for a nominal 100 dwellings. So our other key point was that these other 2 areas are important to be able to achieve that allocation of 100 dwellings.
So that 100 dwellings is based on the other 2 areas as well?
Well, we weren't sure from the original FDS, but that's my understanding of what the officers are saying in their recommendations, yes. And we just want to make sure it's doubly clear about that.
That's likely to be a question we then put back to the officers to reply to us on. I will see if we have any questions.
Just one question, thanks. The land that has not been used for viticulture for 125 years, has it been pasture grazing or some other land use?
Yeah, good question. It's largely been used as a stockyard, and to the area south just as a holding pen. So primarily going back probably 30 years ago when the back block was being grazed, that would have been part of the infrastructure for servicing that back block. That's now subsequently been sold, and there's no future need for a stockyard.
We've got a flooding situation here, sorry. No other questions, thanks. Thank you. Is your book okay?
Apologies, bit of a disaster this end. No further questions. Your evidence was really clear. Thank you, Ms Mackay, and we have read through the submission. And as I said, we've just noted that for the officers to respond to us in the reply report as well. So thank you very much for coming in and talking to us this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and panel.
Stopping. Yeah.
Okay, we'll move to our next submitter is Irongate North landowners. Angela McFlynn, are they here yet? Okay, not here yet. And Angela's also the next one, so we'll just take a few minutes break.
Is your book okay? It's not flooded? That's not me, mate. I've got to be very careful. What never did that? And it's not a delicate spoon out there. That's no, that's a goodie. Cool, where's section? No. I need another one of these. Otherwise, I'm good. Ironically, I've flooded the Regional Council flood submission.
Good morning. We're running a bit ahead of time. So I assume you are Angela McFlynn?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So you are here for the Irongate North landowners.
That's correct.
First. Okay, thank you. We've received the materials that you've provided in advance. And we have you allocated down for 10 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I've got with me John Royal sitting with me, and also Lucy and Barry are over there trying to hide. So the submission requested that land north of the existing Irongate industrial area be included as future industrial in the future development strategy, because the land comprises low-class soils, LUC 7. We did provide some information on the history of attempts to use the land productively, which have ultimately failed for many, many years. So not suitable for productive use. The response in the report to the panel stated that the rezoning shouldn't happen because the Irongate stream provides a defensible boundary, and I've included aerial map showing the existing industrial zoning extent which traverses the stream already. And it also raised concern that allowing the low-class soils to be developed for industrial use would lead to additional development of the adjoining high-class soil. And you can see that the area on the eastern side of the stream, which has been zoned industrial for some time now, has not led to any industrial development encroaching out onto the high-class soils. So there doesn't really appear to be any basis for that concern. And also noting that the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Soils would actually suggest that this land should be rezoned, being LUC 7 soils, before any additional class 1 to 3 soils are rezoned for industrial land. And those points will be illustrated a little bit more by John's presentation.
Yeah, look, thanks very much. Yeah, that's okay. What we've got here is the State Highway 2 going from north to south. We've got Flaxmere up here. We've got Maraikaho Road here that comes from Hastings. We've got the Irongate Stream, which actually traverses around here and down through here. What's interesting to note is that Plan Change 50, which was the original plan that the Irongate was going to be proposed for industrial, it consisted of 2 stages. So stage 1 was about 35 hectares, and stage 2 was 28 hectares. The water was going to come from Flaxmere, and the wastewater was coming from Hastings. As part of that earlier development, the council, in addition to the 2 stages, recognised that the existing industrial uses would have a designated site, which meant that anything that was happening above the ground would have existing use rights. But if it ever changed, then they'd have to go back to plain zone land. So that was the original discussion that took place. Lots of consultation took place, and so it's carried on. So, so Plan Change 50 then undertook a variation, second variation. This was adopted in 2011, and you'll note on the plan that it did include all of the designated sites were included in the general industrial, and also land that was over the Irongate Stream was included as well. So I was very surprised to hear that council officers had said that the development shouldn't happen over the Irongate Stream. So the other interesting 2 things to note is that it went from something like 55, 53, 63 hectares up to 118 hectares for the whole general industrial zone. The other important factor to note is that it has been hugely successful, the Irongate. So this decision what we're making today should be one of the easiest ones that you've got across the board, because of within 10 years of their 45 years, or 2045, 85% of it's been developed. So I'll just go into the area to the north is the bit that we're proposing. It's all in LUC 7 land. That is the state highway going through there. That is the Irongate Stream going through, roughly through there. It's approximately 18.8 hectares, and it has all the landowners' support to do it. On I'm not sure that you'll be able to get around and visit all of the sites that you've got on your agenda for the next 3 days. This is just a bit of a snapshot of the 3 or 4 properties. So one of the properties there already is some land that we've developed ourselves into an RSC facility that's adjacent to the industrial zone. To the right there, that's the expressway coming through. That's part of the land with the RSC, but to the north is the Rosenberg property. Again, this is another picture of the Rosenberg property. What is important to note is that the alluvial plains, the Heretaunga Plains or the old Narrowraw riverbed used to flow through there. The land boundary in it is orchard land, and it has a tiered level. So it goes up about 1.5 metres down to all of this land here. It is no good for anything. About the mid-70s, they did try growing grapes on it and it was unsuccessful and they pulled them out. To the right is the Hammond property, again showing just the type of land that it is. Looking back a little bit to the left again is again the Hammond property, and to the right is the Vanderberg property. All LU7 land. The points that I've just closing comments that I'd make is that the natural extension to existing Iron Gate zone and the success of the overall development is 85% full. Council was originally conservative in its thinking of why of putting it in stages and things like that. And if you do, I do say go out there and have a look at it, because it is full now basically. And anything that's left is now $400 a square metre or $4 million a hectare. Soil is all LU7, and Hastings District Council has previously accepted that the Iron Gate stream is not necessarily required as a boundary to development. And as I pointed out before, refer to variation 2 of Plan Change 50, where they did include land on the other side of the Iron Gate stream. The existing resource consent for the RSC facility on one of the sites shows compliance for access and servicing capability from the existing Iron Gate stream, from the Iron Gate zone. That includes bridging across the Iron Gate stream with consultation with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. It is opposite a new residential development and it's close to the labour force of Flaxmere. One further comment that I'd make is that there's over 50 new businesses operating from with Iron Gate. The reason it's successful, there's about 3 or 4 main reasons. One is the land is very poor. It is free draining. It is good geotechnical engineering for building businesses onto, and all the stormwater is disposed on site. It is close to the state highway, which is accessed north and south of the region, and it's just a natural extension of the Iron Gate. So happy to answer any of your questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Royal and Ms. McFlynn. That was very clear as well. I'll just see if we have any questions. Yep.
Just a quick question. In relation to IR12, those are the 2 parcels adjoining Iron Gate. You were supporting those being included, but essentially what this addition?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at IR1 and 2, it's actually outside what you'd consider what Iron Gate was going to be originally, that formed the perimeter around it. We are really short of industrial land in Hawke's Bay, particularly dry stuff, because if you put some of your valuable dry into some of your wet industries, there is just no way. In fact, I read in the officer's report that they're promoting more businesses to go into the dry industrial. There is nowhere near enough land within the zone that we've already identified. going out the way that they are goes on to, again, poor quality soil. It's very humusy, so I have no objection. I mean, if they don't go there, where do they go? They'll have to go into one of the other areas.
Yep. Further beyond the boundary of the land you're talking about, where there's better quality soils, is there a very distinct difference in terms of the productivity and land use?
Yeah, absolutely. When you go and you visit, you'll see where the trees are planted. Where there's no trees planted, down onto the lower stuff. In fact, you'll see it from the expressway. I mean, you don't even have to come into Irongate itself. It's very clear. You drive down the expressway there, and York Road, there's the trees on the right as you look back on it, and drops down. So that's why I was very surprised at not being included. I thought this is a no-brainer.
So do you think that boundary, in terms of the ability of the productivity of the land, is more distinct than the stream would be in this case?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And that is, we've had two other cases, Environmental Court and the Commissioner's hearing, when we did some other developments there, and it was quite clear that the land, the LUC, is the important part of it, not necessarily a road or a stream or anything like that.
Thanks again for your submission. I was just curious, one, your comment about uptake, the rate of uptake, but also the contrary comment in the officer's report that 100 hectares provided to the south should satisfy the demand. Or that 100 hectares proposed for the south should satisfy the demand. Just interested if you had any comment on that.
The assumption is that it would all come on stream straight away over a period of time. Yes, remembering that the development to the west is new. So you've got roading, infrastructure, and everything to take place. There's going to be a huge gap between because you've still got to go through a consenting process to do all of that. So I'm saying that almost not too late, but this should have been done 5 years ago. So 100 hectares, some of it's already actually been utilised as industrial activity now. So when you go around there, again, you'll see from the aerial photos that probably a third of that, maybe a quarter to a third, is actually already under some kind of resource consent for its industrial activity.
So are you saying that if the northern part was included, that would resolve the timing issue?
Oh, absolutely, because you've got to remember that it's just an immediate extension of what is already there. So the infrastructure in Irongate is there with roading. All we're saying is it's just going to extend one of the roads not in place, so there's your access kind of sorted. And then it's just a natural wastewater, well, the stormwater's disposed of on site. So you've got some internal roading and you've got connections to services that are there, subject to council saying that they're available.
Thank you.
Should we go on a site visit and not just want to look at the site from the expressway? What would be the best access point?
Up Moxie Place.
Okay.
So directly up Moxie Place, and then just follow the existing roads that are there. So we've put in the road to the RSC facility, which takes you directly over the Irongate stream, and from there you'll get an immediate view, and staff will be able to show you where to go, basically.
Thank you very much, Mr. Royal. Now, Ms. McFlynn, I see after our lunch break you're down to represent Phoenix Contracting as well. Were you having your clients come in to talk to us as well?
Yes.
Okay. I was just seeing if they were by any chance here now. We could save you having to stay over.
No, we arranged to meet up.
Okay, that's fine.
The lunch break.
We'll finish then with Irongate North. You've been very clear, so thank you, Mr. Royal. And we'll move through to your next client, Ms. McFlynn, the Dooney Brothers Partnerships.
Yes. I was anticipating having someone here with me to support on this, and only was advised this morning that that wasn't possible any longer. So it's kind of a little bit of a last minute me trying to convey what they would have been saying themselves. So they have requested that 70 hectares of land, which is situated between Waverley Road and the cross-country drain, be included as future residential land. In the original submission, which I have not brought with me, there you should have seen already an illustration.
I've got it in front of me right now. I'm sure my colleagues have as well.
So there's an illustration of that area, which is like just a little area sandwiched between other areas that have already been identified or developed for residential use. They maintain that that area should also be included as a natural extension of the already identified areas. We note that reasons that it's been recommended that it not be included, which the main one seems to be that it's needed for stormwater attenuation for a development to the north of the drain, which is, as I understand it, still trying to sort out how they're going to deal with their stormwater issues due to quite significant natural hazard issues. And without getting into the merits of that site, it appears that they are looking for approximately 22 hectares of land for stormwater attenuation so that they can do a 22 hectare of land development. They have approached our clients asking for 5 hectares of their land in addition to land that already has sale and purchase agreements. No indications at this point that they will acquire that land. So it's my client's perspective that it would be much better to allow their land to be developed, has far less hazard issues. There was a small amount of ponding on their land following Cyclone Gabriel, whereas the land to the north was completely underwater. It's had been noted that it does contain LUC3 soils, and I have included a statement from the owners of the actual productivity or lack thereof of that land over the past many years that they have owned it. And I'm assuming that council would agree that it's not highly productive land, given that they are suggesting that it be used for stormwater attenuation. So the I guess summary is they believe that their land would be a good extension of the existing residential area, transport infrastructure readily available to the area, and no immediately obvious reasons why it wouldn't be suitable for development.
I assume you've read the officer's evaluation. So they're saying, or recommending that additional land further south should not be included, at least until there's clearer policy direction on the management of natural hazards at a national level, or through amendments to the RPS, and that these sites are not required to meet residential demand in Napier. So what's your view on that?
I think that is assuming that the land can be used for stormwater attenuation to allow other land to be developed. And I don't think it's been clearly established whether the flooding issues on the land to the north can be resolved. And I I don't think that it's a sensible outcome to acquire 22 hectares of land to attenuate stormwater to allow 22 hectares of land to be developed.
Thanks, Ms. Mifflin. Can you just clarify the exact quantum of land we're talking about? Because I'm hearing different numbers. But I think you corrected 150 hectares in the report. You've said 70 hectares. We have another submission from the Doonies that says 20 hectares. So I'm a little bit confused, sorry.
Yeah, no, understandable. I can't comment on where 150 hectares came from. I did reconfirm the total land area that we identified in the drawing and the submission is 70 hectares, and 20 of that is, 20? The number in the Dooney submission is the land that they actually own, which, yeah, and there's a wider area around that.
So you've indicated, and it certainly seems reflected in flood maps, that your client's land is less prone to flooding than the land to the north that's proposed for inclusion. And is it otherwise similar in terms of other natural hazard risks? It seems to be in a similar situation to other risks, less inclined, less subject to flooding. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, that would be correct.
Thank you.
No further questions from us. Thank you very much for coming in, and we will see you again at 1:40. So we will adjourn now for lunch, slightly longer than anticipated. Thank you, everyone. Okay, it's 1:40. We will reconvene now. And we are hearing first from the Phoenix Contracting Limited and Angela McFlynn, submission 117. So welcome again, Ms McFlynn.
Good afternoon. It's been a long time. I'm joined this afternoon by Marcus Hydehills on behalf of Phoenix Contracting, who is going to do most of the talking. But just in background, Phoenix own area of land that is in an area that is identified for future industrial growth, and is fully supportive of the area being rezoned in the future. But since submissions closed on the future development strategy, has been discussing the future growth of that area with other landowners, and now recognise that there's probably a need to bring the rezoning of that forward. So in the future development strategy, it is earmarked for long-term development, and it's the view of Phoenix that it probably should be short to medium term, and the rezoning commenced quite quickly to meet existing demand. So I'll pass over to Marcus and he can explain all the reasons for that.
G'day. Yeah, g'day. I'm Marcus from Phoenix Contracting, and Mike Wormsley is supposed to speak today, but he has been called away and he asked me to do it for him. We appreciate the opportunity to come and talk about this. So Phoenix, or Mike Wormsley, owns the land at the end of Mariah-Kakaho Road, as well as across on Stock Road. But I suppose at the moment we want to talk about the development of the FTS for the southern Iron Gate area. As it is, we've been approached by several companies from out of town that have wanted to set up on either our site or David Phillips's site, which is next to the gun club on Mariah-Kakaho Road. But as it's still zone plains production, that's sort of put a bit of a handbrake on any plans that they had. So I suppose you've all had a chance to read my submission, so I'll quickly go over it. So the land's already identified for industrial use. We appreciate that it's been included in the FTS. As we all realise, it aligns with the overall strategy, and all we're asking is that we bring forward the timing for the rezoning of that southern portion of Iron Gate. And that is because we believe that there is demand for land in that nexus of the different corridors, that acting as a transport hub would facilitate a lot more opportunities. Number two, the landowners. So subsequent to the submission process, we've been speaking with the other adjacent landowners that are potentially affected by this FTS, by the proposed FTS, and they're all keen to work together and do it as a collaborative approach. They have a memory of what happened with the first Iron Gate development back in the day, and everyone recognises that it could have been done better. So they want to sort of work with council to be a bit more collaborative in the planning and development of the space, and to assure that the infrastructure that is going to be developed there aligns with what's needed in the long-term strategy, not the short-term gain that may have been experienced previously. So all of the land down in Iron Gate, all the industrial land that was part of the first Iron Gate industrial development, that is pretty much fully committed, sold and waiting to be developed. So there's not really much land there that people can use for any future projects. So there already is a shortage of industrial land that's occurring, and that will just get worse moving forward, etc. And we feel that if we don't look to address the industrial land in that area now, by the time we get around to talking about it in 10, 15 years, it's going to be too late. We'll miss out on lots of opportunities in the Hawke's Bay. And the whole area is essentially contiguous, as it's already part of the Iron Gate area. Number four, the area is a key transportation hub. It's a fantastic location at a nexus of main routes in and out of the southern gateway to the Hastings community and onto the Napier community. One of the big problems we have along that portion of Mariah-Kakaho Road is it's still a limited access road. even though I've been told by the NZTA that that was removed, that Hastings was advised that it's no longer an LAR. Hastings says, you know, from Hastings' perspective, they've yet to lift that, and for the reasons I'm not sure, but there's a bit of a clash there between what I'm hearing from two different agencies. You know, that area is a perfect transportation hub. As I said, it's the main gateway in the southern part. Part 5, the Iron Gate wastewater network. So the two 65mm high pressure pipes that are currently in the ground that provide wastewater solutions for the Iron Gate area. As you would be aware, volume to hectareage is the way it operates, and they're already at capacity. There's already too much demand. So we certainly need to look at the wastewater in the space moving forward. I understand that there's desire to develop the northern end of the Mariah-Kako Iron Gate community, and they're saying that the infrastructure is already there, ready to go. I'm not certain that's correct, but there definitely would be a bit of an investment required. And if we're going to do one end of Mariah-Kako Road, we might as well go for both ends, and create a strategic approach to the development of that area. Point 6, the expressway, it offers a current opportunity that we can put the infrastructure and utilities in the corridor, as we have been doing, from York Road up to, I think it's Lyndhurst Road with the council's wastewater services. You know, with the expressway being expanded over the next 24 months, you know, there's an opportunity in the near term to set the conduits up and the piping up as they do the infrastructural works for the widening of the expressway. So then that way we can just do it once instead of coming back and doing the typical thing of, you know, rip up the road 5 times to achieve 2 outcomes. So it'd be cost effective and a bit smarter than what we normally do. So planning and construction of the services in the corridor at the same time with the NZTA would benefit both the council and the NZTA, and potentially could provide a wastewater pipeline for the prison so that they could expand and have access to wastewater solutions as well. 7, market demand. It exists. People are, there's a massive demand, and I've covered it off, and I'm not sure I've doubled it up. I do apologise. 8, coordinated stormwater planning. There is a stormwater issue there, and that's got to be thought about. So if we could do a coordinated strategy to manage the stormwater in that space, it would be great. And 9, access design to the internal roads. So as we, the landowners down the end, want to talk to council about, bringing forward our development of the proposed industrial land, we would like to, get the best balance for access into that little proposed industrial community. We don't want to end up with situations where we've got roundabouts or traffic lights, in areas where we don't need them. And I suppose I'd draw your attention to Taradale Road and that new development there that's gone in, a set of lights straight after roundabouts, absolute genius. But we certainly want to start the conversation early so we can find the best outcome for the community without, burdening people with more roundabouts and sets of lights. And number 10, basically, the rezoning supports, efficient infrastructure investment. If we can do it now, get it out of the way, we can enable the southern end of the Iron Gate community and the northern end all at the same time, and provide industrial land for future development, etc. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you very much. We have 2 minutes for questions, so I'll just see if my colleagues have any.
Just a quick one. I couldn't, for the life of me, find it. In terms of the timing for IR 1 and 2, what is its status in the FDS in terms of whether it's short-term, medium-term or long-term?
It's currently identified as long-term.
Long-term. Okay, and you just essentially want that brought forward?
Brought forward so it can start that process straight away and get it moving.
Thank you.
So that matter wasn't raised in the submission. We will be asking the officers to respond to bringing forward the timing and get their recommendations on that. Do you have any? No. Okay. No further questions. Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us this afternoon. Our next submitter this afternoon is Katrina Brunton from the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. We have you down for 10 minutes, Ms. Brunton. We may have a few questions for you.
And for Hawke's Bay Regional Council, sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to present our submission on the draft FDS. Before I deal with HBR submission, we would like to note our support of the submission received from the Natural Hazards Commission, particularly noting their submission point ensuring long-term resilience by developing in areas that will remain safe and sustainable for future generations. I'd first like to summarise key points of our submission, and from there I'll cover a few of the broader policy content points of our, with additional comments. The Hawke's Bay Regional Council notes in our submission that we're responsible for managing critical flood control and drainage scheme assets. We are a consent authority under the RMA responsible for consenting discharges to the environment, and importantly, are the champion and advocate for the Hawke's Bay Regional Policy Statement, setting out the region's policy settings for natural hazards, freshwater management, Indigenous biodiversity transport, and a partner, obviously, to the FDS. In conjunction with Hawke's Bay Civil Defence Emergency Management Group, HBRC is a lead provider and steward of information about natural hazards in Hawke's Bay. It is on that basis that HBRC has raised concerns about the inclusion of low-lying land areas in the draft FDS, particularly that of the Riverbend Road site, which our council specifically voted against including in the draft FDS. These low-lying areas are parts of our environment that traditionally have acted as ponding or soakage areas and act as sponges for the surrounding residential environments. Our submission, as you all have noted, speaks to the events of Cyclone Gabriel and the resulting Hawke's Bay Independent Flood Review report and recommendations. I understand you have a copy, particularly recommendations 22 to 29 have been provided to the panel for reference. Recommendations 22 to 29 under the heading of planning controls sets clear directions to HBRC to learn from the lessons of the past and not encourage or allow development, particularly residential development in high hazard areas. HBRC have been recommended to urgently review the RPS to include clear and directive objectives and policies regarding land use management in flood risk areas. HBRC have begun to undertake that review and are on track to release a preliminary draft for consultation on the RPS in August this year. The content of that preliminary draft is focused on hazards, climate change, transport and infrastructure, and urban development. The BIFR, the Hawke's Bay Independent Flood Review, also directs HBRC to improve policy direction relating to impacts of climate change and to have greater controls on new residential development in areas at risk of flooding and other natural hazards, directing that new and intensified development and subdivision should be prohibited in areas subject to unacceptable flood hazard. HBRC's submission notes there are a number of potential development sites noted in the draft FDS that are in locations known to be at risk of natural hazards, including some that are vulnerable to flooding. HBRC submits that it does not support residential development areas subject to unacceptable flood hazard if those risks cannot be adequately or appropriately reduced. While engineering solutions may be available for these sites, HBRC remains concerned that if we continue to develop low-lying areas, traditionally natural soakage areas, we are significantly limiting our community's ability to be resilient to natural hazards. Hard engineering solutions, including pumped and pipe solutions, of course can always be designed for a 1 in 100 or appropriate recurrence, but consideration must also be given to what happens in an over-design event. That was quite evident, obviously, with Cyclone Gabriel. Stop banks designed to 1 in 100, but when you get an event that's over-designed, what happens and where are the green areas for soakage? And to the future costs of maintaining those systems, of course. Where are the natural soakage and storage areas if all the low-lying land is developed? Through hard engineering, we may resolve all of today's issues, but these sites will still be susceptible to future climate change, and consideration must be given to not only providing for resilience today, but into the future. HBRC submits that past decisions should not determine current and future decisions. Policy documents such as the FDS and before it the Here Tonga Plains Urban Development Strategy set the policy direction for the region. Inclusion of sites in these documents sends a signal for any owner or future developer that these sites are appropriate for development. While they may be subject to consenting and therefore not guaranteed, the policy direction is set and investment will be made on that direction. That concludes my oral submission. Happy to take questions if I can answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Brunton. I'm sure there will be questions. So.
Thank you. Couple of things. Did HBRC have a position on, just before the break, we heard from the Dooney brothers regarding their site at Waverley Road and expressing concern that that site was tagged as potential flood storage offset for the Riverbend Road sites. Did HBRC have a position on the development of the Waverley Road site and how that ties in with those other sites?
Through you, no, they didn't. Our politicians were particularly vexed on Riverbend Road, and particularly because of the Napier 2020 floods where that site was absolutely inundated. And so that is the position that I bring today. So no, they didn't discuss the other one.
And is it the Regional Council's position that where there is an identified fairly extreme hazard, that perhaps a greater level of certainty about the opportunity or ability to mitigate that hazard is appropriate before you indicate potential acceptability of development? Is that in a nutshell what you're saying?
Yes, it is.
Finally then, in terms of, I think also tsunami hazard, does the Regional Council have a position on that, particularly in relation to those sites, or is it most focused on flooding?
Hawke's Bay Regional Council has previously submitted to Napier City Council in particular on tsunami hazard with its draft district plan or development picture, I believe it was called. Forgive me if I've got that wrong. And we have worked with Napier City Council quite closely on matters of tsunami risk. It has not been a matter for submission that the council has directed me to make on the FDS, but we have noted that as concern previously in district plan development.
Thanks, Katrina, for your presentation here. Just thinking about the future, I suppose. So, and I think I raised this question this morning with staff, is in 6 years' time, we're going to have to review, well, councils will have to review the FDS again. And I assume that over that period, council will be gathering more information and trying to get a clearer view, trying to get a clearer long-term view about what some of the hazard risks are. If those demonstrate there are, engineering solutions or appropriate mitigation, say, for the area that you're concerned about, I suppose the question for you is, at some point in the future, would council be open to potentially changing that view that you're presented today?
Thank you. The council acknowledged when they made the decision to vote against Riverbend Road that ultimately engineering solutions may be available now. But Hawke's Bay Regional Council had only had very preliminary conversations with the developer at that point in time. Since the notification of the FDS, staff at HBRC, including our senior engineer, have had the opportunity to receive some detail or quite a lot of information from the developer of Riverbend Road, and have done a preliminary assessment of that. They have raised, and I believe that memo has been provided to you where they have raised some concerns about the information coming to them. I think without a doubt, as I've said in my submissions, there is always going to be an engineering solution that is available to deal with a 1 in 100 flood or another appropriate recurrence. But it's about baking in the future resilience. And if we continue to develop low-lying sites, and there are no low-lying sites left, where does all that water go? And so I think we've given significant feedback to the developer about some data that they need to review, and certainly we have learnt a lot since even 2020 floods or Cyclone Gabriel that we will be putting into the regional policy statement. This site, as my understanding, was included in the previous HPUDS document. And the reason it was included in the HPUDS document, from my understanding, is that because that was where the infrastructure terminated to the north of the site. And at the time that it was included, I understand there was concerns about it being included, but that's where the infrastructure lined up. South of that site, where it's slightly higher in elevation, where the solution for the stormwater pond is, I understand, proposed, may be a more appropriate location. It's slightly elevated, and we've asked the question, why not look there rather than the north? And that's when I come to my point about policy direction. Because it was in HPUDS, because it was identified as future development land, you make investment decisions and you buy that site knowing that in future you've got a residential development in train. But since that time, you get more engineering information, more climate hazard information, which then suggests that that may not be such a wise idea. I've probably skirted around your question, I fear.
We've also run out of time, unfortunately, gone slightly over, so I will need to call time there. Ms. Brunton, I saw you speaking from notes.
Yes.
Will you please make those available to Caitlin so she can provide those?
I will do.
To us.
No
Thank
problem.
you very much for your time this
Thank you.
afternoon. The next submitter we're hearing from is Ronnie Rochelle. Hopefully I've pronounced that right. And Phil Mackay, Te Aratika, submission 130.
Kia ora koutou. So Ronnie Rochelle to my left. Ronnie's the CEO of Te Aratika Group, and Ronnie has a statement to read. I'll take my evidence as read and just provide a brief summary of that. If I can just ask Caitlin, there was a video that had been forwarded, whether that was available. Thank you. I think, whoops, yeah, Ronnie's verbal presentation might fill in some of the gaps from that video. But just briefly, the site we're talking about is at Mangateriteri, located opposite the Mangateriteri Kura. And it's a triangle of land that was created when the five-legged roundabout on State Highway 51 was created for the Whakatū Link Road. So you would have seen in the officer's report there was some commentary on the soil quality of the site. So the Te Aratika submission included a statement from Ian Milner of Land Vision, just identifying some of the constraints with the site, which is on LUC1 land. So that's not disputed, that is the underlying soil type. But with the construction of the road, it was used for the storage of surplus earth and I think machinery at times. So that Mr. Milner has responded in an email with some additional aerial photographs. So if I'm able to forward that to Caitlin, you'll have the benefit of seeing that additional information. So the tie to the site is it being opposite the Kura where the Te Aratika Academy is based. In terms of this process, it's also opposite the land that Mr. Apple has put forward for an extension of the Whakatū industrial zone. So on its own, this triangle of land isn't going to justify a spot industrial zoning, and I fully acknowledge that. But if the Mr. Apple land was to be rezoned as an extension of Whakatū, well then this would fit as a relatively simple addition to that, confined on three sides by roads. So I think those are the key planning points that I wanted to make. So I just hand it over now to Ronnie to read her statement. Yes, push that.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Ko ai tu ake nei, ko Ronnie Wakahau. Ko au te kai whakahaere o Te Aratika Group. Nei rā te mihi mahana kia tātou katoa. Sorry guys, I'm super nervous. I'm going to read. I am the director of Te Aratika Group, and I've come here today to ask for your tautoko reo application. The connection between 23 Giles Lane and us, it's pretty simple. It's the people, the people, the people. Te Aratika Group has been working to provide a positive platform for change. We've been doing that since 1998 through employment, education and community leadership initiatives in 7 regions actually. In Ngāti Kahungunu, we're building our vision for an education platform that's culturally responsive with a clear pathway from cradle to career. Our focus is on what I term my atypical superstars, who don't necessarily do well in mainstream education or life in general. And we've been working to meet the needs of this cohort. The importance of being able to see the pathway is where this land is really significant. This land is plains land, I get that. It has the opportunity to grow highly productive people. I'll say that again. It has the opportunity to grow highly productive people. It's a small footprint, 2.4 hectares with the potential for a large-scale output. And we've been on this journey and we're seeing the results. Mangateriteri School and Te Aratika Academy sit directly opposite 23 Giles Lane, and our senior students regularly utilise the land as part of their practical civil infrastructure. That's the vocational pathway and their business pathway, in which they gain knowledge and qualifications. Te Aratika infrastructure is instrumental in providing the opportunity and the venue to gain the practical experience, working with their tools, their civil plant and machinery, as well as industry experience on the job sites. Time, travel and MOE constraints impact our teaching time, so this location has made a significant positive impact on our ability to deliver to their needs. It has also allowed our taiwi to have a regular interaction with role models and industry experts on a weekly, if not daily basis. Our application is actually greater than that land use. It's about the people, the people, the people. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora. Thank you. I will see if we have some questions for you. No. The high school is on the Mangatiritiri school site.
Yeah.
And our vocational pathway is on 23 Giles Lane.
So
as part of our curriculum, the boys come across and jump on the diggers. They're actually being trained at the moment for the water qualifications. Yeah, so it's hands-on.
No, it's just watching the video. I was just trying to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick question from me, Mr. Mackay. What are the planning constraints, if any, in terms of a private plan change or something similar that would be an alternative?
The main constraint to a private plan change again is just the regional policy statement policies that refer back to the areas identified through HPADs. So actually that whakatau extension that Mr. Apple has identified is within a circle of land that is referenced in HPADs. That I guess this land is just beyond that, or arguably it could be tacked on. It's also the HPL, highly productive land zoning. We have investigated the option of proceeding with a designation pathway, for educational purposes, but that found out that's not really open. It's because the land's privately owned, so the Ministry of Education couldn't designate it in association with the school. The resource consent's clearly the other option.
No further questions from us. Thank you very much for coming in this afternoon and talking to us. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Christine Hetherington on Zoom for HB Protein Limited. Do you have any of your clients present here today, or are we just with you, Ms. Hetherington? Can someone turn off those speakers over there, please? So welcome, Ms. Hetherington. We have your client submission and we have your speaking notes as well, and we've got you allocated for 10 minutes. So welcome. Yes, we can hear you.
fence connection for the wider Awatoto industrial area in the case of a fire. So in terms of the evidence, I am not proposing to provide evidence on demand for industrial land in the Napier-Hastings area, and I don't have any opinions and don't wish to express any in relation to the identification of additional land for industrial purposes in Awatoto. The thing I would like to comment on is the timing of such decisions. The reporting officer acknowledges that the area remains subject to a range of natural hazards that require further investigation. And I raise this issue primarily in relation to a submission that has been lodged requesting the identification of additional land for industrial purposes at Awatoto. As you will be aware, the site and the surrounding area were heavily impacted by Cyclone Gabriel, and the site and a number of other adjoining operations were inundated by floodwaters, and I understand that include the adjoining Napier wastewater treatment facility. My client is a member of the Awatoto Industry Action Group, which represents major industry interests in the Awatoto area and includes Runanga and Napier City Council representatives. So my understanding is the group is focused on increasing the resilience of the Awatoto area as soon as practicable, and there are a number of options it's currently considering in terms of trying to mitigate potential flood risk. The officer's report canvasses a number of these, and as I said, I'm not involved in this group and I'm not able to comment on the specifics of these options. What I would like to just make the point is that that work is still in progress. There are still a number of options under consideration and funding is yet to be secured for those proposed works. So I therefore support the reporting officer's recommendation that's important to address flood risk prior to rezoning additional land in the area. I reiterate this in terms of I consider that the Awatoto area should be focused on in terms of trying to mitigate existing hazards prior to developing additional land. This will enable current businesses to operate efficiently and to reduce their susceptibility to inundation from natural hazards. I consider that when planning for future growth in a strategic document such as the one we're considering today, infrastructure requirements should be considered on a holistic area-wide basis. So I reiterate that there are things still currently under consideration. There is a certain level of uncertainty associated with those, and including funding of such infrastructure. The only other matter I wish to raise briefly is in terms of considering appropriateness of land for rezoning for specific purposes. The draft FDS includes a number of development constraints. These don't specifically relate to any matters, don't specifically include matters relating to reverse sensitivity. I acknowledge that some of the larger infrastructural developments in the area, such as the airport and the state highway network, are specifically referred to, but I just wish that I wish the panel to consider making specific reference to the matter of reverse sensitivity, such that there is a consideration in terms of looking at alternative zonings for land. Other than that, that pretty much sums up my evidence and the submission lodged by my client. I would say I am happy to take questions, but at this stage I still have receiving no sound from you. Could I suggest that if there are any specific questions that I can respond to those by email?
Can you hear me? No.
Hey, a few audio
Ah,
visual.
yes, I can hear
Oh,
you.
you can hear us now.
Thank you.
We were just going
Yes,
to,
thank you, sorry.
we were just going to say we don't have any questions for you.
Oh.
You were very clear, so thank you for that. And you were our first test of Zoom technology today, and obviously we need to get that a bit better sorted out. Thank you for bearing
Okay, no,
with
that's
us.
fine. No, that's fine. Thank you very much for your time. I'm glad it wasn't my personal IT skills because it could very well have been that. But anyway, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Cheers. Our next submitter is Rights and Contracting Limited, submission 109. If you'd like to introduce yourselves to us, and we've got you down for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora, thank you for having me. My name is Alison Francis. I am the Director of Bay Planning located here in Napier-Hastings. I'm here today on behalf of Rights and Contracting in support of the submission that we made on the FTS at the end of last year. This specifically relates to looking at the option of rezoning an area of land at the intersection of Omahu Road and State Highway 50 from current underlying plains production to industrial. I won't rehash my submission, and I would like to thank the hearings panel for your discussion and analysis in your hearings report. We understand and we do not dispute the evidence put forward by the economic analysis that there is existing land capacity for industrial uses in the Hawke's Bay. We used our submission to the FDS to highlight an area of land that has already been given over to industrial uses. There won't be going back to production on these lots in the future. And because there is an existing little cluster, a conversation about the zoning is appropriate in our opinion. We are thankful to the supporting officers for the information that's been provided with regards to servicing. We're not looking for any specific services to be provided to the area other than the roads and three water servicing, i.e. these are not wet industries and they don't require trade waste. We do understand there would be costs required to extend the infrastructure. So we pose the following questions to the panel, and more specifically Hastings District Council. Understand they won't be answered today. We do ask what infrastructure the council thinks is required to be extended. The multi-criteria analysis stated that there will be a minor extension of the water reticulated network required. Connection to the wastewater network is not seen as a real issue, with some trade waste capacity and stormwater to be managed on site. All of these industrial uses are currently on site and active, and there aren't concerns from any landowners about servicing. So therefore, is infrastructure investment necessary to the extent that Hastings District Council thinks that it might be? Further to that, what future does the council see for these lots? Having a little island of land uses that are clearly different to the underlying zone is difficult to manage from a resource perspective, given that you have an area of industrial land that isn't captured in your land feasibility studies, and it's also not rated correctly. It's also difficult for those landowners who are operating activities, some have been in place for many years, to plan for the future, given that the zone doesn't support what they do. By zoning this area as it is being used, being industrial, council may be able to manage the effects on the unconfined aquifer a bit better and or allow for better planning on these sites. A zone boundary may then provide a defensible boundary, as currently there isn't one, and I would suggest that you will see creep along from these lots back towards Omahu Road, so that in time the whole of Omahu Road to the State Highway 50 intersection could be industrial. Once again, we thank the panel for their time and the analysis and the discussion. This information may influence whether this group of landowners seek a private plan change in the future, and it has allowed us to get this issue in front of council. If in the future there is consideration of the industrial land availability and capacity, we strongly encourage Hastings District Council to include this area, or at least do a more thorough analysis of the area and whether it is suitable to be included in appropriate zoning. Thank you again for your time, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. I saw you were speaking from something written down, so if you can please provide that to Caitlin, that would be very helpful for us. We'll just see if we have any questions for you.
Thanks, Ms. Francis. One of the reasons in the council report for not supporting the proposal was, your client's proposal was essentially that the site is non-contiguous with other industrial land on Mahu Road. and allowing a non-contiguous site might allow it to connect up, as you've just alluded to, on land that is strategically important for wine growing. I mean, what's in your mind the planning and the economic outcome of that occurring? I think I heard you say it was potentially a good thing that it connected up, but what's the implications in terms of that changing land use?
I think in terms of wine growing, we would be more concerned about any growth that was happening on the south side of Omahu Road, because that's where the Roy's Hill wine growing area is. To the north, it is plains production, and there is an issue to be dealt with under the NPSHPL. That's not to be denied. That to the north of Omahu Road is generally LUC1. In between the end of the area that we've suggested and the northernmost tip of the Omahu industrial area, there are a range of land uses, including residential. There are some unconsented temporary industrial uses going on. There are people coming and going from some of those sites, and they're not all used currently for a productive use. I would see it likely that you'll see growth along the northern side of Omahu Road, unlikely to be on the south, because there are some very robust blocks of productive land that come up right to the road between the end of our block and that southern side. I don't think that's where you'd see it. It'd probably just be on the northern side, if anywhere.
No other questions for you, but thank you very much for coming in and talking to us this afternoon, Ms. Francis. Our next submitter up this afternoon is Burkitt Commercial Limited, submission 123. So welcome again, and welcome. We have read through your submission and evidence as well, so thank you for that. Actually, just evidence, sorry, just submission. We have you allocated for a 10-minute speaking slot this afternoon. Can you beat 9.5 minutes?
Do I need to hit one of these?
He's just on the right.
There we go, that's better, isn't it? Okay, so thank you again for the opportunity to appear in front of the Independent Hearings Panel, this time to speak to submission 123, being the Burkitt Commercial 2021 Limited submission that seeks inclusion of the historically allocated Awatoto Industrial Growth Area as a future industrial area within the Napier-Hastings FDS. Again, my name's Jason Kay. I've been employed as a planner locally by Development House Limited for 8 years. I'm speaking from notes, and they're a bit rougher this time, but I can provide a copy later on to Caitlin. With me, I have Brendan Burkitt, Mr. Burkitt of Burkitt Commercial 2021 Limited. Brendan also operates as an earthworks contractor, Burkitt Earth Movers 2012 Limited. So he's got a great depth of knowledge of the challenges of being an earthworks contractor and how to find land. Mindful of the time limitations, our intent today is to briefly cover the main points of our submission, explaining what's proposed and why. The full submission covered a lot of ground, and we obviously couldn't get through all of that today, so we'll try and hit the highlights. If anyone has any questions, obviously, pull me back to them. In general, we believe that retaining the future industrial allocation on the land will be beneficial to the local industrial land market and will assist in providing for a range of industrial land users. We also believe that the nature of the land and location are such that it could be rapidly developed for industrial lots. We'd like to focus on the assessment of the Awatoto land relative to other industrial land options and the current land availability and the subsequent price facing our civil contractors. To confirm, we provided further information last week additional to the original submission. This was a high-level geotechnical assessment done by Napier Geotechnic of one of the properties within the subject land area, with associated commentary on the flood exposure of the land and the Awatoto secondary flood protection scheme. In commissioning the geotech assessment, our intent was to provide context to the subsurface conditions of the land relative to wider Napier, and to confirm that these conditions and the liquefaction risk could be readily and viably overcome through foundation design. In this way, we hope to provide assurance that this natural hazard constraint would not undermine future development and places it on par with other Napier land in that respect. Subject land of the submission is detailed throughout the submission. In general, it comprises 5 independent title areas for a total area of 20 hectares. Mr. Burkett owns 129 Awatoto Road, being the property at the corner of Awatoto Road and McLeod Road. Submission seeks retention of the future industrial greenfield growth area allocation of the district plan, regional policy statement and HPUDs within the future development strategy. 3, our secondary flood protection scheme. The Council's report concentrated on the background of the Awatoto secondary flood protection scheme and confirmed that the protection scheme is unresolved, having not progressed beyond consideration of options. We did appreciate that background, as details of the scheme have been proven somewhat elusive to obtain, and we'd hoped to gain further information from a council workshop last week, but unfortunately this was not live streamed and I'm not local, so I couldn't attend, and Mr. Burkett gave up after 15 minutes of possibly being in the wrong location, possibly being a delayed start. He wasn't abusive at all about it. We'd hoped to gain further information, but it does seem that it's progressing towards public status, so we hope that we'll be able to gain further details soon on that scheme. What the flood protection scheme information within the council's report showed was that the land of this submission could be included within the emerging flood protection scheme, and obviously to my eyes, looking at it, I saw a lot of sense in extending where the secondary bund stop bank would go, including more land and potentially making an easier transition northward. If it was not included, there would nevertheless be potential for a further scheme, similar scheme, to serve this land, which could be addressed subsequently. General assessment. The council's report recognises the need for additional industrial land, but it did not provide further understanding of the assessment that had led to the proposed loss of the allocation for this land. As described in our submission, the land scored poorly in the multi-criteria analysis, despite seemingly being similar or preferable to the alternative land in many of the assessment matters. The suggestion in the officer's report that the land could potentially be brought back in a future review suggests a fairly balanced opinion of the land at the end of it. The Awatoto land benefits from historic land allocation. It adjoins a long-established industrial area. It offers large unencumbered properties. It benefits from unrivaled proximity to Napier's wastewater treatment plant. It has planned extension of water services to the area. It is subject to comparable natural hazard exposure as other industrial land in Napier, and can be incorporated into the secondary flood protection scheme or a future revision of that. As set out in the submission, these specifics combine to provide ease and speed of conversion to industrial lots when needed by the market. So running through those, the historic allocation is important to us, as the extension of the area has already been clearly signalled, and this has informed land use decisions, such as Mr. Burkett's purchase of the land. In servicing, the wastewater treatment plant is a stone's throw from the land. If greater capacity is needed in the pipes that travel past the site, this will be relatively easy to achieve. It's a short distance. The location near the wastewater treatment plant is a key difference, setting this land above other industrial options in Napier. And the council has plans for water servicing of the area. Capacity is not known of this supply and what it would support, but this is a further progression to full servicing. Moving to civil contractor needs and noting the progression of our 10 minutes here. Unfortunately, our civil contractors are industrial users that fall into the unenviable position of needing large lots, large areas of land to store large gear and to accommodate the manoeuvring of trucks and plant. Currently, low prices for Napier industrial land of $250 to $300 per square metre are still prohibitively expensive for many of these contractors. They mean essentially paying around $1.5 million for a half hectare site, which is, according to Brendan, the lower end of what contractors need. It's this land price that has driven contractors to interim and informal arrangements, often in rural areas. And we've got several examples that we've seen of those that we try and guide contractors. They can't find industrial land, and they're going to unlawful arrangements. From the perspective of civil contractors like Brennan, we need more land and we need it to be affordable for a wider range of users. So in summary, that leads to us that we need more land, and we think that this land should be retained for industrial use. It makes sense to keep this with an allocation. Just short of 8 minutes, how's that?
Well done. And to confirm, we did receive the geotechnical report and your further information as well.
Caitlin did confirm that. She was very effective there.
We have reviewed that. I will see if we have any questions for you. Mr. Burkett, did you want to say anything?
I think Jason said enough, thank you.
Do you want to tell us about your big bulldozer?
Yeah, no, that's...
No?
Digger.
So what you're saying is that opposed to there being an inefficiency of oversupply in an economic sense, you think for a certain sector of the industrial land users, there's an inefficiency and undersupply because the value of the land exceeds what suits their land use activity. Is that what you're saying?
The market is out there. There's limited supply when you go through looking for large industrial lots in Napier, and your market price is that 250 to 300 a square metre. So these guys are having to pay 1.5 million to purchase land. It's just not viable for them.
It's pushing up to 400 at the moment too. So.
Yeah, so as Brendan's saying, it's pushing to 400. Awatoto sales previously were 388 a square metre. We've heard that Irongate's heading to 400 a square metre. It's simply prohibitive, and that's what's, that price is what's driving these other contractors to look for unlawful options. They can't find industrial land that they can jump into, even looking at more constrained sites, smaller, more constrained, tighter. They just need that large area for their gear to manoeuvre around. They're a specialist industrial user that's difficult to provide for because they need large land, but they don't need it intensively serviced generally. It's just they need large areas of bare land to do their thing.
Thank you, and I'm glad I'm not having to say as many words as you are, because I think I've got the same thing.
I've got a 6.5-year-old daughter, and she brings everything home.
No further questions. Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us again today.
Not stressful at all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burkett, for coming in as well.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
And our next submitter up today is James Fife, submitter 99. So thank you for your submission, Mr. Fife. We have reviewed it, and we have you down for 10 minutes to talk to us today.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm James Fife, trustee of the Fife Family Trust, which owns property on the eastern side of Wilson Road, and I just want to read a short statement in favour of the proposed development in between Hastings and Flaxmere. And I just want to say I appreciate the time and effort that goes into shaping the future of our district, and I want to acknowledge the council's ongoing commitment to ensuring Hastings continues to thrive. Hastings has always been a powerhouse of economic activity, built on the strength of its agricultural, horticultural and industrial sectors. As we look ahead, we have a unique opportunity to set the stage for continued growth by making smart strategic decisions about land use. One of the biggest strengths of this district has been its ability to adapt, whether in business, agricultural or urban planning. That's why I believe the area between Hastings and Flaxmere presents an exciting opportunity. It's an area with existing infrastructure, strong transport links, and most importantly, space that can be utilised for a mix of industrial, commercial, and residential development. By taking this step, we can ensure that Hastings remains a hub for business and employment, providing opportunities for local enterprises to flourish. Over the years, Hastings has done an excellent job of accommodating large-scale industry, but for many small and medium-sized businesses, such as panel beaters, electricians, plumbing firms, and light manufacturing workshops, finding the right size land to operate is becoming increasingly difficult. We need to make sure these businesses have a place to grow because they are the lifeblood of our economy. Another advantage of this area is its low flood risk. Cyclone Gabriel reminded us all of the importance of resilience in our planning, unlike some of the areas where businesses are hesitant to invest due to flood concerns. Wilson Road and the surrounding land offer security and stability for long-term development. I also recognise the importance of preserving our productive land. Hastings has always been an agricultural powerhouse, and that won't change. But productive land is about more than just soil. It's about water availability, climate, and the ability to scale operations efficiently. With the proposed Ruataniwha Dam project moving forward, we'll soon see vast new areas of land in Central Hawke's Bay opened up for high-value primary production. This gives us even more reason to ensure that within Hastings we have the right balance of land use. If we don't take this opportunity, we risk limiting our district's potential. Where will our growing businesses go? How do we support the next generation of entrepreneurs who want to start and expand in Hastings? This is about planning for a prosperous future. I want to encourage the Council to take bold, forward-thinking action and support the rezoning of the identified areas between Hastings and Flaxmere by allowing a mix of industrial, commercial and residential development, along with provisions for smaller industrial lots. We will create opportunities for businesses of all sizes, strengthen our local economy and ensure Hastings remains a great place to live and work. I believe this Council has the vision and leadership to make that happen. This is an exciting time for our region, and by working together we can build a strong and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fife. Now, when you're talking about that other rezoning, you're talking about the Heratonga Connection project?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. I'll see if my colleagues have any questions of you.
No, your submission is very clear. It's apparent that there's a lot of pretty high value primary production going on in that land at the moment. Is that correct?
Say that again, sorry.
At the moment, through that strip of land that you're talking about, the Wilson Road areas, we haven't done our site visit yet, but it seems that there's a lot of fairly high value primary production going on through there.
Very small blocks, which I mean, the whole industry is really becoming more corporate. So you get, be it cropping or the pip fruit, and they're pretty much that side of Wilson Road is all 5 hectare blocks all the way down there, and it's just not viable. They want big chunks of land. Does that make it clear?
Thank you very much for coming in, Mr. Fife. Now, I saw that you were reading from notes.
Yep.
Can you please provide those to Caitlin? Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in. Our next submitter this afternoon is Greg Corns, submitter 115. Hello, Mr. Corns. So we have your submission in front of us. Thank you very much. And we've got you down for 10 minutes.
Good afternoon all. I have a one-page photocopy of a recent article in this magazine here that wasn't available till recently. Is it possible for you folks for this to be in front of you as I speak, or is that not?
Have you got copies of it for us?
I've got some copies of it, yeah.
Yes, Caitlin will distribute those to us.
I think probably the people have got those. Is that what yeah, thanks. Well, future development strategy. What a brilliant topic to speak on. Future, we're looking ahead. Development, my dictionary says growth, expansion, and progress. Strategy, strategy is a plan. So, what better could we talk about today? I'm the owner of a small horticultural block on Wilson Road with my wife. Been there since 1978, and my father before me was opening up the road since 1937, growing apples, so we're not running away in a hurry. What is happening in the horticulture industry, though, is that blocks are becoming bigger and bigger through the need for economies of scale, the need for vertical integration. And that article, that very, very recent article that you folks have in front of you is an example, is a very, very good example of what's happening and what will happen in the wider Hawke's Bay. If I could just read from those little, beside those little squiggles I put on the page there, early productivity indicators show we're hitting our yield for grapes and apples. Looks really positive and exciting. Comes down to the biophysical nature of these soils and the climate, combined with the management, etc. And then on the other column, it's proving to be quite a good growing area and possibly improving with climate change. So my point is that these developments that are happening, are currently happening and will happen, will need industrial support back closer to where the population is. Precedent tells us that the post-harvest handling facilities are placed not out miles away from where the population is. It's placed near to the population and near to the infrastructure to get the produce to the port. So what better place to put an industrial site than right next to our expressway, right on top of a stormwater reticulation, a natural stormwater reticulation system, which our block is on. One further point that I haven't mentioned in the submission I made there, but I just would like to put before the panel is that while our region is land-based and will always be land-based, to protect the resilience of the region, we do need to, I feel, consider encouraging a diversity of industry. My memory goes back to when the pastoral industry went through a severe downturn, and the Wakatū and Timona freezing works had to shut down. It goes back to what you might call the glory days of grape growing, when it was thought that the whole of the plains would be covered in grapes, and then came the great government-funded grape pullout. I can remember in our own industry of apples that at a certain time in the 80s, before deregulation, it was said that our industry is on its knees and it's not likely that it will recover. I can distinctly remember that being in print. in one of these fortunately magazines. And look where we are today. So my point is that there are ups and downs in land-based industries. And for the prosperity of the region, there needs to be diversity of industry. And for that to happen, there needs to be industrial land made available and plenty of it in the right place. Many thanks for all you're doing and for this great topic, future development strategy. Couldn't be better, could it? That's all I've got to say.
Thank you for coming in and talking to us, Mr. Corns. I'll just see if we have any questions for you. Very clear. Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us, and we'll take this away with us and read through it some more.
Just one more point. Matthew Holder will also represent us at a later stage in the hearings, I think tomorrow. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Casely. Thank you for coming in. Submitter 45, and you're representing the estate of RC McNiven. So we have your submission in front of us. Thank you very much.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As the Chairman has said, my name is Andrew Casely. I'm a trustee of the estate of RC McNiven, who are a property owner between Homoana and Te Wanga. The property size is 220 hectares. It's at 278 Park Hill Road, and it's been in our family for the last 110 years. Over that time, we've observed significant land use change, as you can imagine, in that part of Hawke's Bay, and have felt the need to participate in the development of the future growth strategy for the Hastings and Napier defined areas as in the proposal. Over various times over the past 30 years, the property has been speculated as to potential growth opportunities to accommodate the growth of both urban Hastings and potentially Napier as well, and has been identified, if I'm reading the maps right, as a potential growth area as it's on predominantly higher ground, out of the way of significant hazards, and has potentially other advantages. One of the issues that we have as trustees of our family property are the land valuations now that are incorporating, in our view, speculative growth opportunities. And one of the things that we would encourage you as commissioners and finally the councils who will adopt this strategy is to try and eliminate some of the speculation that is being incorporated in land values. And the reason for that, it is making the economic viability of our property, which is a pastoral farming unit, increasingly marginal. The last valuations carried out now a couple of years ago have put the value far and beyond what we can return as a pastoral farming unit. And someone would say, we'll just change the land use. Well, I know that that is easier said than done when the current reality of what you can do with the land that it represents is increasingly challenged, not only by the capital investment required and the short-term horizons for the way in which that capital investment can now produce returns, with apple varieties and the like having very short-term cycles, and the grape industry in a much different position than it was only a few years ago, let alone several decades ago, when the Fraser Shingle case reared its head in the Roy's Hill part of the region. The other thing that we would encourage you as commissioners to do is to be ambivalent as to where growth will occur. We appreciate that both the Hastings and Napier councils would like to see growth in their districts for obvious reasons. However, we believe that the where best philosophy should apply, irrespective of whether that is in either of the districts themselves. We strongly support the concept of further intensification where sensible to do so. There have, in our view, been some very misfortunate developments that have occurred that are now being a cost to both the New Zealand taxpayer and local ratepayers. And we strongly encourage the Council and you as Commissioners to avoid this happening again in the future. We do not believe that the strategy should be excluding rural settlements and coastal growth areas. We need certainty. And by excluding these areas, we believe that you are standing back from creating certainty for property owners such as ourselves. The other thing is, when we look at the strategy and the proposals, it still feels piecemeal. And we really do wonder whether the time is right for Hawke's Bay councils to grab this issue by the scruff of the neck and really look at developing a larger satellite urban conurbation that meets the major thresholds at which the strategy has been prepared for to date. And of course, the best example that I can think of in that regard is Rolleston out of Christchurch, which was developed probably 40 years ago now, but is booming in terms of a satellite urban centre for greater urban Christchurch and other parts of that part of Canterbury. The other thing is that we appreciate the attractiveness of developing on flat land and understand why this is at the preference of both developers and councils themselves. It's cheaper, so will lead to more affordable housing. It is a lower cost option for council because of the less investment required in infrastructure, but we would caution both the commissioners and the council at just considering those factors alone. The issue of natural hazard risks is high and will only increase. And the loss of highly productive land is something that is very hard to ever gain back. In our view, the issues of natural hazards, highly productive land, and the development costs, whether for private developers or councils in terms of infrastructure development, are equally important. Specifically, we're against the inclusion of the Ahuriri Station and Riverbend Road development areas. In our view, the risks associated with developing in these parts of the plains is just too high. We feel for the owners and can empathise with the situation they're faced in as they look as to what future land use options are for their properties. However, as previously mentioned, the reality, if wrong decisions are made, is that they are not falling on developers or the original owners of these blocks. The onus and liability is falling fairly and squarely on taxpayers and ratepayers, and they cannot sustain that any longer. So I think it's beholden on all local authorities to make decisions that will incorporate the scenario around what natural hazard risks are increasingly presenting to us as a society. Many commentators now believe that we are going to race through the 1.5 degree increase in global temperatures and all the consequences that will bring to us. And I, for one, strongly support that scenario of what they are forecasting. The final point that we'd like to make is that we believe it is important in the strategy's finalisation to include residential development, as we believe it will play an important part in meeting the needs of future land use for development purposes. And we've seen throughout Hawke's Bay the attractiveness that rural residential developments have had over now many years. The other thing that we hope it will do is bring certainty to properties such as our own around what future development potential is about, and to see the increases in land values that I mentioned earlier being embedded that are making the ongoing viability of properties such as our own so difficult and challenging now. Thank you for the opportunity to present. Thank you for the opportunity to the councils for the way in which they're interacting with the community at large, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Casely. I will see if we have any questions for you. and aware you'd know quite a bit about this topic as well. You were speaking from notes. Can you please make those available to Caitlin?
Whoa, I'm not sure that's a good idea, but
You sanitise them first, maybe.
I'll give them if they're going to be any use.
Thank you very much for coming in and talking to us today. Our next submitter up is Walter Brewstead. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Submitter 73. So, Mr. Brewstead, we have your material that you've pre-circulated to us, so thank you for that, and we have read through your submission as well.
I tried to summarize my stuff in a shorter version, so that means if you can distribute this. And neglected issues in the development of Napier-Hastings, and I would like to clarify and make us clear that we are in our region, that we are challenged by different circumstances over the next 30 years, which we did not experience over the last 30 years. And there is climate change, and we already had some experience in that area. And on the other hand, we had water problems. And interestingly, I looked at the Auckland Future Development Strategy, and they called the circumstances significant different framework for the future development. And they said the basic is, of course, growth and housing, but climate and water. We have sometimes too much water, and in our regions we have each summer not enough water. And I would like to add that we have also limited resources, and this is something which is, from my point of view, over 30 years an important conditions under which we have to look in the future. Oil and gas, and we particular with our fertile land. Apart from this, I think we have conditions created by the national policy statements, and they asked to include and to engage other local community authorities with whom there are significant connections. And my question is, why did the authors of the draft not include the other communities from Central Hawke's Bay to Wairoa? It's required by the national policy. And if we look further, or in the last few weeks, Hawke's Bay mayors and the regional councils have lodged a regional deal with the government. And the reason for that is what the government said: there is significant infrastructure deficit and unaffordable housing market. If you look, the strategy or this deal is running over 30 years, and we can say, compared to the draft with the same topic, the same planning horizon, and I think if you look a little bit closer in our region, we have also the Hawke's Bay Regional Economic Development Agency with the same goal, and they point in the direction that said we want to reduce inefficiency and duplications. But at the moment, I have the impression with all three activities, we are going in one direction and duplicating, and I think we need one strategy for the whole region. And the main advantage of that would be to take pressure, housing development pressure from Napier and Hastings, save taxpayers' money because there is no duplication. And on the other hand, we would realize that it's necessary to develop a public transport, not only in Hastings and Napier, but also for the whole region. The next topic is transport in the next 30 years. And we know that fossil fuel is running out, and there are predictions that from BP it may be take up to 2070. American Institute said it may be in 2022 that we are running out. One thing is certain, the price will increase and it will be more expensive to transport. If you look at New Zealand's situation in general, we are very depending on fuel. Compared to other countries, caused by our high density, and you may be aware that together with America, we are the countries with the highest car density per 1,000 inhabitants. We have 900 cars per 1,000 inhabitants, and even a country similar to New Zealand, Norway, they have only 700 cars. So that means this points in the direction how vulnerable we are. And you see this Hawke's Bay, most emission comes from private cars. So that means over 30 years, there will happen something, mainly, I would say, with the petrol prices. If it goes ahead like from 2010 till now, then we are ending at $5 per liter petrol. If there's a little bit more pressure, then we are at $6 or even more per liter petrol. So that means there are people who are not afford to drive a car. And we have here for the future development strategy transport assessment, long-term transport assessment with 4 scenarios, but none of them is looking at increased petrol prices. Emission reduction plan was a concept from the last government to improve transport and to increase zero-emission vehicles. Electric cars, we are now at 1.8%. It should be 30% in 10 years, and I have my doubts that this will work. The urban form means public transport. If you look at the budget for public transport, 2022, there was a budget of about 12 billion for the next 3 years. 2 years ago, it was reduced to 9 point something, and last year again by 1 million. So that means our public transport doesn't look very good.
Now, Mr. Breasted, we have you down for about 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
I'm aware you've got quite a few more slides
The other
to get through.
The other topic over 30 years is the issue which is totally neglected in our area. This is the toxic pollution from tires on human health and marine life. The European Union, or let me say, tire dust was assessed in the ocean with 78 microplastic pollution percentage in the world ocean. And this has to be addressed. The European Union had a concept and they said we have to address this. They have now soft regulations. And if you look at our country, there is nearly nothing. I spoke with the Ministry for the Environment. He said, yeah, we know there's something going on. United Kingdom, they found out there are different types of tires with different types of quality, but our industry is closing the eyes in front of this. And I think both of this is going, and the Imperial College London said reducing tire wear and tear is as important as reducing resource emission. And the last picture, what I wanted to show you is we have to focus on public transport. And one point which I wanted to make at the end is the railway is one option which can tick both boxes, pollution of greenhouse gas and the pollution from tires. And it should be included in the future development strategy for 30 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brewstead. I will just see if we have any questions for you. No questions. We do have your presentation with us, so we have had the opportunity to look at your other slides as well. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and talking to us today. Our next submission is that of Save the Plains, submission 79. So hello again, Mr. Gaddam.
Hello, and thank you for having me. Sorry. As you can see, I'm passionate about the highly fertile soils on the Heretaunga Plains. These are the best soils in the world, and we are slowly killing our golden goose. To be honest, I'm not only passionate about protecting our golden eggs, or what's left of them, I'm also very angry. This district council has not learnt from the past and is not changing its views on development. It has no desire to protect what is the lifeblood of our economy. It is just carrying on what is already done for decades, and that is to slowly creep out with concrete and asphalt over what is so precious to us all and to future generations that will come after us. And those future generations will look back on this FDS event and this current council and say, what the hell were they doing? We are now having to import more and more of our food each and every year from overseas. This is a travesty. The two HBUDS documents are absolutely shocking documents that have destroyed so much of our fertile elite soils. I could name lots of areas that have been eaten up by concrete and asphalt because of the ruthless way in which these documents were established and carried through. And now we have an FDS draft document that is equally shocking and preposterous. It is not only way out of tune with most of the opinions of our region's people, but it has taken no notice of what the people want for the future direction of this region. There has been no discussion with industry leaders in the region to gauge their opinions. It took no notice of the opinions of the people when they had a pop-up shop to invite the public's view on a future direction. The biggest priority that came from that event was the protection of the fertile soils in our region. It has totally disregarded the brief that was given to Barker and Associates, and that was to protect the highly productive land for food-producing purposes. So this draft FDS is just a wolf dressed in H-Bud's clothing. It not only is morally bad, but it contravenes the NPS HPL and the intent of that legislation. Even the officer's report that came out last week endorsed everything in the FDS draft by cuddling up to its H-Buds. The writers of this officer's report were, as a consequence, Barker and Associates and two HDC officers, Clues and Scott. Would we expect anything different from any of them? Can I put these questions to you? Why is Napier promoting development on flood-prone land with Riverbend Road, the Loop and South Piramai? This area has flooded twice in the last 3 years, and the water was 1.5 metres deep in some areas. This is a high-risk hazard area for urban development. Number two, excuse me. Why is Napier also promoting a large area of land that is either at sea level or below it? And did you know that the Ahuriri homestead, or station homestead, is 16 feet below sea level? This land will get inundated with a tsunami from the Hikurangi subduction zone. It will also be subject to flooding, and it will also be subject to liquefaction. This is a seriously high-risk area, and if approved, the thousands of deaths that will occur on all these councils, that will be all on these councils' consciences. Why isn't Napier pushing to build in the hills just as the wonderful Mission Hills development is doing? This development is amazing. And here we have Hastings. It is so obsessed with just eating up more fertile land with housing and industrial areas around the city fringes. It's obsessed with just creeping out from the existing Hastings city over the best soils in the world, just as it's always done, and in doing so has destroyed them forever. Why are we not exploring new and courageous ways of housing our people? Why aren't we building on unproductive land? Why is the FDS draft and the council officers discounting unproductive land for growth in the industrial and urban sectors? Why have they discounted building in the hills surrounding the Hiratonga Plains? Why have they discounted coastal settlements? Why has the FDS draft recommended covering over 400 hectares of LUC Class 1, 2 and 3 soils? When is this vandalistic approach to urban industrial growth going to stop? We as a region have had enough, and enough is enough. This FDS draft and the council backing this document is a disgrace. It should be scrapped and started again and done properly in a way that is sustainable for hundreds of years to come. This a little bit here and a little bit there approach is not sustainable, and those responsible should be ashamed of themselves. Now, the tragedy is that not only have we got this FDS draft and the council recommending the destruction of so much more of our fertile soils, but through this submission process, we have hundreds more hectares put forward for destruction. We heard from Mr. Barker this morning that 4,000 hectares of fertile land has disappeared since the 50s. He calculated that was about 55 hectares per year. The pace of this economic vandalism increasing year by year to an exponential amount of fertile land now being considered for destruction. Oh my goodness. We just have to keep, we just can't keep doing this. It has to stop, and stop now. So we have to say, get up and be courageous enough to say, no more. And I have a list of some of the recommendations that have come forward. Sadly, my printer's printed double. So I'm just going to have to do them by memory. We have the Hiratonga Connection Project, which was promoting a 500 hectare covering of our fertile soils between Hastings and Flaxmere, of some of the best soils in the world. This can't and won't happen. And here we have Mr. Apple wanting to cover 34 hectares of class LUC1 soils at Whakatū with concrete and asphalt to create an industrial park. They say it is for wet industry, but apple processing isn't totally reliant on wet industry, just as the other apple processing companies on the Heretaunga Plains don't need wet industry. They say Whakatū is essential because it's in an area of wet industry, but the reality is that just 30% of businesses at Whakatū are wet industry related. Why can't these dry industry people go to Irongate? And this council is recommending Middle Road, Te Ati Road and Gilpin Road, the area that's 54 hectares, to go back into the FDS draft. This was discounted by the three councils at the time, before the submission process started. And the question was asked when this was voted unanimously against, would the exclusion of this area have any impact on the requirement for housing for the next 30 years? The answer was no. And then they were asked about what about if it was a problem, would there be a requirement, what areas would we require for the next 30 years? There was no recommendations for any new areas. And in the FDS, the officers' report, they got Ag First to do the soil testing. It's my view that Ag First is not in a position to classify soil classification. They're not experts. This is the job of the the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and they will do it right because they have the expertise to do so. There's also been talk about, or submissions requiring or asking for industrial areas in the Wilson Road area. There's plenty of other unproductive land on the plains, especially across the expressway from Irongate. And this unproductive land goes all the way to Pakipak. Oh yes, we have this issue with reverse sensitivity, and I can sympathise with those people who have this issue going on. But at some stage, we have to say enough is enough, because the more we push out, the more this reverse sensitivity issue carries on. So, where does this end? So thank you for listening to me, and this is the views of all the Save the Plains group. Thank you.
My speaker has died, not very helpful. My speaker has died, so just bear with me for a minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Gaddam, for coming and talking to us again, and this time for Save the Plains, being very clear in your views. I will see if we have any questions from any of the commissioners. I did note you deviated slightly from what you had pre-circulated. Did you want to send us through an update of your speaking material?
I can send you this through.
That would be very helpful. Thank you, and we'll see you again soon.
Okay.
Cheers. And our final submitter this afternoon is submitter 97, the Insurance Council of New Zealand, who are appearing online. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Have you got me?
Excellent, yes. So welcome. We have your submission in front of us, and we have read through it, and we have allocated 10 minutes for you this afternoon. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. My name is Sean Fullen, Resilience and Recovery Manager at Te Kahui Inua o Aotearoa, the Insurance Council of New Zealand. I'm here with James Bajan, who will likely just be listening at the moment, our resilience leader. First, I'd like to thank the Independent Hearings Panel, Napier City Council, and Hastings District Council for allowing me to speak in support of our written submission. We value the opportunity to share insights on the future development strategy from an insurance perspective. The Insurance Council is the representative organization for general insurance companies in New Zealand. Our members enable people, businesses, and communities to grow and thrive with peace of mind by providing cover for their most valuable assets. The insurance industry is committing to keeping insurance products accessible to all New Zealanders for the long term. In a country exposed to significant natural hazard risks, this will require considered decision-making and land use planning that adequately manages risks now and in the future, taking climate change into account. To illustrate the point around insurance accessibility, we can look to other countries where climate-related risks have challenged the insurance market. For example, in the United States, flood insurance was taken on by the federal government under the National Flood Insurance Program. In recent years, the US Congress was forced to forgive billions of dollars of debt to allow that program to keep up with paying claims amid the increasing frequency and severity of extreme weather events. In the US, approximately 4% of households have access to that scheme. In the UK, the insurance industry and the government created state-backed flood cover Flood Re to take on risk and improve insurance accessibility and affordability. In the UK, 2% of households are expected to be eligible for that scheme over time. In New Zealand, according to the first National Climate Change Risk Assessment, nearly 50,000 buildings are exposed to coastal flooding today, while over 400,000 are exposed to inland flooding. This means that without taking evolving climate risks into account, over 20% of our building stock is currently exposed. To keep insurance products accessible, we need to reduce the size of our exposure to hazards that we know will increase in frequency and severity in the coming decades. And the first step toward reducing exposure is to stop developing in high-risk locations, to stop making the already large problem even larger. At the same time, insurers recognize the need for and support future growth for Hastings and Napier, but for such growth to be sustainable, it should only be considered where sufficient mitigation can be put in place. Insurers across the industry have varying risk appetite and all approach the methodology of risk assessment differently. In plain language, this means that at the level of providing cover for an individual property or business, all insurers would respond differently, applying different underwriting levers to reflect risk. However, in general terms, prudent underwriters view sufficient mitigation as protection that manages residual risk to an annual exceedance probability of at least 1 in 100 years, or 1%. Importantly, we note that with climate change, an event considered 1 in 100 years today is likely to occur more frequently in the future, and higher intensity events, such as those currently considered 1 in 200 or 1 in 500, are predicted to be more common. We note that the Hawke's Bay Independent Flood Review points out that 2 events considered 1 in 1,000 years occurred within a 100-year period, those being Cyclone Gabrielle and the Esk Valley Flood of 1938. We therefore support Recommendation 25 in the review to ensure that new and intensified residential development and subdivision is prohibited in areas subject to unacceptable flood hazard. Again, noting our comments around the insurance industry's view of sufficient mitigation to assist with how communities define the term acceptable when it comes to risk. We believe this is consistent with international best practice for flood management, taking the approach of making room for rivers by not encroaching on the floodplain in the first place. Lastly, insurers encourage the councils to consider how density interacts with natural hazard risk. Councils will already be aware that greater density may increase flood risk, require additional investment in flood protection, as well as decreasing the proportion of permeable surfaces and putting pressure on the stormwater system to manage runoff. In insurance terms, greater density means more risk for insurers to take on. Intensification in locations exposed to significant risk leads to higher aggregation of risk to be borne by the insurance industry, which can then impact the accessibility of insurance, particularly as risks evolve with climate change over long time horizons. The industry is committed to supporting Napier and Hastings and their residents to continue to grow and develop. To that end, we encourage councils to consult with insurers on planning and land use decisions where there are concerns about natural hazard risk. The Insurance Council expects to be more active in giving advice on whether some developments in high-risk locations make sense. I feel confident in saying that we wouldn't be here today if the industry wasn't already concerned. As I said at the outset, the Insurance Council's members accept the risks of New Zealanders, enabling communities to thrive. In addition to providing peace of mind and aiding community recovery when devastating events occur, insurance also supports lending. Banks and other lenders require insurance to be in place to secure finance. If insurance accessibility and therefore lending is reduced, this can impact property and business values and in turn rateable income. Insurance is therefore critical to supporting long-term economic sustainability. Keeping insurance accessible to the residents and businesses of Napier and Hastings therefore benefits all involved, including the councils. And we therefore urge councils to avoid development in high-risk locations without certainty in the ability to protect future generations who live and work there. Thank you.
Was Mr. Bagent going to talk as well, or was you're happy for
No,
questions now?
That'll be it. Happy for questions. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So if you were to summarise what you're seeking from us as a hearings panel in terms of our recommendations, what would that be?
I think the key points are the fact that our members view sufficient mitigation as protection to that a minimum standard of 1 in 100 years, noting that that's expected to change, particularly over the lifetime of things like buildings, subdivisions, 50 to 100 years into the future, as well as the fact that insurers would welcome the opportunity to provide some input on any planning and land use decisions where there's a concern around natural hazard risk.
Thank you. I'll just see if my colleagues have any questions for you.
Yes, thank you. When you say you urge the councils to avoid unacceptable risk, at what stage does that avoidance kick in? Is it at this FDS process stage, or is it more through when they get to the plan change and resource consent stage?
Well, I'll admit that my expertise is in insurance, not in planning and land use, but my understanding is that once you get to the stage of resource consents, kind of the ball is already rolling down the track. So we would encourage any consultation with insurers as early as possible to avoid signaling that certain land that is exposed to significant risk would be available for development.
You've indicated, I think you said at one point that communities define what they consider acceptable risk, but does the insurance industry make its own definition on that, or does it just accept whatever the community decides?
Well, each individual insurer will have a definition of what is acceptable risk, but as there's a range of risk appetites across the industry, their answer would all be different to that. So as an industry, no, I don't think there's any one answer to that. I also don't think the insurance industry feels it's appropriate for insurers or for an industry body to make the decision about what level of risk is acceptable to communities. However, we do want to provide that information, that sort of minimum standard of 1 in 100, and being able to maintain that into the future is sort of broadly a loose, I guess, definition to rely on from an insurance perspective. So the community may have a different answer, and accessibility and affordability insurance might play into that.
All right, yep, thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Insurance Council for making yourselves available to us this afternoon. That's been very helpful for us. You are our last submitter that we're hearing from today. What we will do next is have a short break, and then we're going to turn back to the council officers to ask a few questions, and then we'll aim to head out on site visits straight after that.
We have a copy of this.
Kia ora. Just before you have your break, we'll close your session in the same way that we opened, and we'll open and close each of these sessions in the same way. Me whakatā o koutou hinengaro, time to relax your brain. It's been a very long day for you. Nō reira, kia inoi tātou, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki o he hukaraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, mo ake tono ake a mene kia tūturu whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, tāi ki e.
Okay, we'll reconvene. We've just got a few more questions to talk through with the officers. And Commissioner Parsonson in particular had some questions to ask, and Commissioner Wilson as well.
Thanks, Kappa. Yes, thanks, Ms Morgan. I just had a couple of questions. It's probably useful to close them out now. So just in building on what you presented to us this morning, I suppose you touched on this slightly, I think, but I just want to expand slightly on it. I've got a couple of questions that I think the same thing in terms of, you say the RPS is under review, and because some of the gaps that you perceive in the RPS, you look back up to the NPSUD for some guidance. I suppose, to what extent is the FDS constrained by or need to be informed by the existing regional and district planning documents?
It's certainly been a key consideration, but what I would say is a lot of the RPS direction around urban growth and form directly responds to the HPUD's 2017 strategy, and the others may wish to jump in here. So there may well be a need after this FDS to revisit that urban growth and form chapter in the RPS to reflect where the FDS has got to as a higher order policy document.
And is there, I mean, we are sort of all part of a process it's a train that's moving down the track. So I get that in terms of having to complete this process. But is that a kind of a risk that where the RPS review gets to and where the FDS gets to might be slightly out of line?
Yes, I think that is potentially a risk, and particularly given that we don't have a lot of this new national direction from government that we've been promised, which may again lead us in a slightly different direction as well, potentially.
Yeah, and so obviously the regional councils are confronting that reality at the moment, aren't they, in terms of the timing of different aspects of the RPS development, and there'll be some more guidance on natural hazards management, I assume, as well, that will help assist in that. Do you see that the 3-yearly and 6-yearly review cycle for the FDS perhaps helps backload the FDS to line up with the RPS?
Definitely, and that's a key part of the thinking here, particularly for natural hazards, where we know that there is some inconsistency at that regional, across the districts in terms of natural hazards policy direction. We know that there's some information gaps as well, and that 3-yearly review does provide the opportunity to review that again within the short term. And there was something else I was going to say, but it's just dropped out of my mind. Yes, so yeah.
My final question, I suppose, comes back to hazards management, and particularly the quite strong recommendations of the Independent Flood Review Panel. In as much as they're very strongly suggesting avoid or prohibit development in areas of unacceptable risk. The regional council's expressed its own view about some of the areas, obviously Riverbend, for example, that's been included as a recommended inclusion. Ahuriri Station's got its own characteristics because it's redress land, but to what extent should the FDS tread very cautiously when there's a lot of uncertainty about a site that has a very high hazard?
That particular site is very challenging, and I know we've got Simon Bradshaw here from Napier City Council, who's a bit more involved in the infrastructure side of things and can talk to that. And I don't think anyone's disputing that the site as it currently is subject to a range of quite complex and overlapping natural hazard constraints. And if we were starting with a blank sheet of paper, I think it possibly would be a slightly different discussion. But there is, in my opinion anyway, an extensive planning history to the site, and the landowner has been working over several years in coordination with the council on understanding that natural hazard risk better. And as I understand it, they are really partway through that process. There's been recent advice from Hawke's Bay Regional Council, which was referred to earlier, as well as Napier City Council on where that current infrastructure solution is at, and there's still more work to do there. And from a almost from a natural justice point of view, in my opinion, including the site within the draft FDS enables that work to continue. But where that ends up will very much be determined through the plan review process and a future consenting process if it gets to that point.
So rightly or wrongly, the perception that the industry or community have when they see an area identified through the HPUD as potential urban land use has given market signals that people have invested in, albeit at their risk, but they perceive the risk as a little bit less because it's been identified as a growth area. You think there's an element of natural justice that will carry through into the FDS?
Particularly in the case of Riverbend, where there has been active planning over several years with the landowner in consultation with the council, particularly for that site, yes.
So are there any other areas in the FDS that are not included in HPUD but are proposed to be included through the FDS that have a similar high risk and uncertainty that could then flag some acceptability if they're included?
The only other site that would potentially fall within that bucket is Ahuriri Station, which is subject to a similar range of natural hazard constraints, and there's been various discussions with Mana Ahuriri Trust over a number of months on that matter, but there are a different range of considerations there, given that it is redress land.
There's none others that are really obviously standing out.
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
We've seen, reading through what's come through in the material in advance, we've seen a few submitters seeking that their rezonings or identification or the staging be changed from medium to long term to short term. Do you have any advice for us in considering those requests?
I may get Mr. Clues also to comment on this, but I guess in terms of the short and medium and long term, the landing that we got to was what was needed to inform the council's long-term plans over that period of time. And whilst there might be a desire from individual groups to bring those sites forward, there is no sort of requirement for the councils or no desire to the councils to have these multiple sites open all within that first short period of time, that first 10 years. So when making some of those decisions around the likes of Arataki Station and Arataki Extension and Portsmouth Road, yeah, the decision is where that we've already invested. So out in Havelock in that area, we've already started investing in Brookvale in that area. So that's sort of the next cab off the rank. Likewise, out at Flaxmere, Wairatahi is went through a fast track and is the next area that's sort of supported through the LTP funding, and which is why it's in that short medium term for the FDS. So to bring other sites in, I guess, starts competing with that, even though, and if I guess the other consideration is you do, if the private developers don't wish to fund it or something happens that changes that, is then an expectation on the councils to pick that up over the next 10 years because it is signalled in that short medium term.
Yeah, I think the principle here is that the council want to signal very clearly what its priorities were as to when it is prepared to fund whatever the council infrastructure may be. We can't do everything all at once. In fact, we don't want to do everything all at once, or we'll use up potentially all our greenfield areas before we even got started on intensification. So it's about the council being clear about its program. I think a lot of people who are making submissions may be motivated to proceed earlier, but we've seen that before, and we're seeing it now. Those things change. And as Craig was pointing out, there is then potentially a problem where we're left behind the eight ball if we change our program around as a council. So when we talk about a 30-year plan, short, medium, long term, and that is aligned to long-term plans and infrastructure strategies about when the infrastructure is going to happen. So you can actually zone it all right now if you wanted to, or that they could apply for rezoning. What the council is concerned about is when are those lands going to be opened up for development and who's paying for it. So I want to just be clear about its priorities. That can change, and it can change on a 1-year basis or a 3-year basis with every LTP or annual plan. And it does regularly. Even now with HPUDs, we every LTP, we have a look at what the new projections are, what the uptake has been, and whether we need to advance or delay investment in various parts of the growth program.
Can I just add one last point to that too, that there's, and I know it came through in the Portsmouth Road FM9 submission around the MPS HPL requirements around the 10 years and then being included, if growth areas are in that within 10 years, they're exempt from the MPS HPL, and it's our understanding that that is only for areas identified in growth plans prior to the FDS coming after the MPS HPL was available. So including in that short-term time frame doesn't exempt it from having to be assessed through the MPS HPL again. And I think there's a bit of confusion around that.
I'll ask you to confirm that through the reply report. I think that's quite a critical issue. The other question I had, which is related, does Napier City and Hastings District use financial contributions or development contributions?
So at Napier City Council we use both. So financial contributions typically for residential development and development contributions for commercial or industrial.
So Hastings uses almost exclusively development contributions with one greenfields catchment and an infill catchment.
Sorry, a correction from me. I just heard that we no longer use development contributions. It's just financial contributions applied slightly differently.
I'm a guy, so typing while the question has been asked, I may well be repeating what's already been asked. But, it's going back to the preamble, to the strategy, with the commentary that with the decision that was made, and I must admit I didn't click through to the minutes, I just took on face value that HN3A and 3B were recommended not to be in, but that hasn't changed the report. And then also with regional council's divergent view on name escapes me. But I'm just curious if there's any additional information that we should expect to help us, given that you gave the panel the hospital pass to make the call.
Perhaps if I just give a little bit of background to how that divergence came to be, that might assist to answer the question. So in terms of the final joint committee meeting where they decided to adopt the draft FDS for notification, at that meeting the council officers recommended, or council team recommended including the Middle Road site in the draft. The joint committee didn't agree with that recommendation, and their reasons for that were captured in that divergence statement, but there is no more technical reasoning or analysis for that other than what's in that statement, if that answers the question.
Okay, so then that would then follow that we would deliberate based on the evidence before us and then form a recommendation to include or exclude as the case may be.
So just to be clear about that, submissions were made on those two areas, and therefore officers have to make recommendations, and their recommendations are no different to the recommendations that we gave the joint committee.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll just exercise a bit by, there's a lot of, not surprising, a lot of submitters who want their piece of land bought in for a range of reasons, i.e. we just, actually the urban boundary encroachment was one. And then with the solution that, well, because of the parameters that were set to determine through the MCA and all that, what was in, what was out, then the best, a lot of the advice is around use the resource consent process and or a private plan change to progress your aspiration. One of the submitters made a comment today that they felt that if it's not on the FDS, it would be frustrated. Now, whoever that submitter was, name again escapes me, we're going to hear from that same argument several times over the course of the hearing. But I was just wondering, for any additional comment. I'm not, we don't want to zone and hope and just let them warn and move because then there's waste of time having a strategy, right? Because I'm not even sure there was a question in that.
I think there's probably a couple of things to say on that. The first relates to there was an awful lot of submissions that did request including specific sites, and a lot of those were smaller sites, and we've heard from some of those submitters today. And this is something we can address more in reply, but in our view anyway, there is a pathway through the RPS and the district plan provisions that enable those smaller scale proposals to be assessed on their merits, and we can provide some of the specific objective and policy references if that would assist. And the other issue that has come up is around the rural residential development, and a number of submitters reference some specific objectives and policies in the RPS, which, if read on face value, are quite directive, but there are some quite important words in those policies which talk about avoiding inappropriate lifestyle development. So that, in our view, leaves the door open for appropriate lifestyle development to be considered on its merits. And of course the question is what is appropriate versus inappropriate, and that would really be the key test for any future plan change or rezoning proposal. But we can certainly provide some more detail for you on that in reply if that would assist.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just wondering aloud, and then, even those lands that end up in the FDS will ultimately have to go through a resource consent process anyway. I'm referring now to the Iron Gate, only because they were here, but the term defendable boundary is one of the reasons given to include or exclude a property. And then, which makes sense if it's a stream or a gully or whatever, a highway. And then there was a commentary made, which we'll see when we go on a site visit, I guess, in that, well, in the Iron Gate situation, the stream had already been crossed. So I'm just trying to get my head around that, whether it still stands. Can I ask that?
Yeah, probably a question more for the reply report.
Okay. I'll hold it. Last one for me then is that the acknowledge the position that's been taken on the rural land and as it relates to FDS. And I wonder, through the chair, you can correct me if I'm again asking the wrong question, is that it would be great to get some sort of sense in the staff response around where things stand with the rural residential strategy. I do appreciate that those that own rural residential land will be frustrated if they don't see a way forward. And that's not our job to answer it, but I just wonder if there would be something there.
Not that it's too much to reply to, but I can, I've already sort of mentioned it with my manager in terms of the policy team here at Hastings Council around capacity around that rural residential strategy. And I guess the other question which may require a bit more direction from the panel is around what Mark talked about in terms of a broader rural strategy, and is that including the rural residential piece, or should they be separate? So I guess, yeah, whether it's just something looking at purely land for rural residential growth into the future, as much as an FDS can direct that. Whereas the pro bono work we got was really around a rural community strategy and how some of those rural settlements potentially would look and that sort of things.
I think we'll ask you, we signalled earlier this morning that we'd get you to provide us with more information in the reply report.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a quick one from me, just on infrastructure. The sort of larger providers, a few of them talked about having some of their assets specifically identified in the constraints map, figure 12, which I think came through into recommendations, but not Transpower, and I just couldn't find if there was a reason, or I may have missed it.
That may not have been specifically addressed, but we can certainly address that in reply. And if we are showing one type of regionally significant infrastructure, we should show them all on the map. So yes, it's certainly something that we can look at. Yes, and we can update that. Yeah.
Right, that is it for today. So thank you for indulging us with some more questions. We will now head off on some site visits, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. So thank you, everyone.